kind of click the glove on and turn to the left or turn to the right to make sure it's locked, and then we put our hood on, right, our visor or helmet, and then we have to put our head back and zip it across, and then all of a sudden we're hermetically sealed inside of a spacesuit, and we can do our pressurized leak checks, and it can protect our lives. It's comfortable. It's very lightweight. I think Megan and Dee have the specs.
Go ahead.
Step 200 L2 balloon cycle task is complete.
Roger.
I think we have the specs on the suits, but it's a very lightweight suit, especially compared to the suits that we've worn before. And when I moved from the shuttle program to go fly on the Soyuz, I was very impressed with the Soyuz suit. And these these suits built by David Clark are even lighter than the Soyuz suit because the Soyuz uses a helmet.
And then Nikki also asked about describing what it looks like in the Starliner. Can you talk a little bit about that?
Oh yes, Starliner. It's interesting. It is I don't say full of cargo, but it's there's a lot of there's two seats near. If you look inside the hatch on the left-hand side, there's two seats. Butch sits the one on the farthest away, and then Sonny sits on the next one. There's two other seats that we're going to use for future flights. This time we have cargo on them. The cargo come in these soft bags. We learned from Space Shuttle program that you can put more stuff into flexible bags than to metal containers. So we have these flexible bags called cargo transfer bags, or CTBs. And Boeing cargo bags are all blue, and the NASA cargo bags are all white, so we can easily tell the difference. And on the outside of the bags are labels. So we have bags strapped around the cabin. Butch and Sonny right now are sitting on their backs with their legs a little bit above their heads in a 90-degree position, and this provides crew safety for launches and landings.
Those were both very detailed. That was a great answer to that question. And again, Nikki, thank you for asking that. We also have Lizzie Bursett on Instagram asking, what is the coolest part of the launch in your eyes, Mike?
Oh, so everybody asks about launch, right? Because that's how does it feel? And sometimes I think people are asking how does it feel for launch, like all the G forces.
Sure.
Well, we only get up to 3 Gs in these things, and
only.
Yeah, well,
only guys.
if you've flown high performance jets like Butch and Sonny and the rest of us, 6 or 7 or 9 Gs are
Sure.
a lot. So 3 is quite manageable, especially with these comfortable seats that are built for that. So that's not the feeling, but the feeling of having your dreams come true, going into space with the whole world cheering you on, and all the representing the hopes and dreams of all the people that worked really hard on this mission and putting the rocket together, putting together the spacecraft and the mission controllers and the management, the people that put in a lot of time to make this mission happen. It is in that you're all part of it right there. It's a very emotional event, and of course I'm an Air Force guy and I don't talk about emotions a lot, but launch is definitely an emotional event.
Yeah, that's a great distinction, because you're right. I think when people think feel, or ask about feel, it's answering physically how you feel, but really emotionally is quite overwhelming as well, or can be. Emmett Reese on X asks, what will the crew be doing during their stay on the ISS?
Well, Megan, you mentioned that we're looking at somewhere around an 8 to 10-day mission for Butch and Sonny, and most of the time on the ISS, they're going to be working for Starliner, doing some testing with Starliner and certification. Right, we're going to see what it's like to take out the cargo, put in down mass cargo, things that need to come down. We're looking at seeing how set up the inside of Starliner in case there's emergency aboard the International Space Station. Now, for Butch and Sonny's mission, chances are really small, but for a long duration mission, we do have to set up things like an ammonia sensing kit and a few other things that are standard for all the other spacecraft that visit the space station, and we just want to see how it works with Starliner. They're going to pretend that Starliner is a safe haven, which is a 24-hour lifeboat that they can hang out on the space station in case there is emergency aboard space station, and that helps certify saying Starliner is ready for long duration missions. And so Butch and Sonny and along with the rest of the team are going to get this flight test data.
Yeah, and you detailed some of them, but there's a total of 87 flight test objectives and many more operational capability checkouts that Boeing is looking to complete their Starliner's crew flight test. Dee, I know that the team will be watching each one very carefully, collecting data, analyzing that, again, on the road to certifying
LT, click on
Starliner.
channel 1. Go ahead. Ready for hatch closure and pre-launch leak checks.
Roger. Proceed with hatch closure.
Fantastic call out there.
That's right, Megan. You mentioned what the teams are looking forward to. You know, this is the great thing about having such a veteran crew. They've been to space before. They know what it takes to complete missions there. And so they'll be able to tell us, you know, what works, what doesn't. If there's anything we can improve, you know, how can we make the capsule or systems more efficient so that, you know, as we continue on to Starliner 1 with Mike or, you know, future missions, that, you know, we have the most efficient system that'll work for, you know, everything we're trying to accomplish on the International Space Station.
It's really exciting to be here for this crew flight test. You know, NASA retired its space shuttles in 2011. So for 9 years, astronauts could only get to the space station aboard Soyuz rockets until May 2020, when Bob Behnken, Doug Hurley, two NASA astronauts, they flew to the ISS in a SpaceX spacecraft, Crew Dragon. And right now that capsule is the one that we see ferrying astronauts to and from the U.S. to the International Space Station. So this second dissimilar system, Starliner, it's really important, right, Mike, that we get this online and in use and part of the commercial crew program.
Absolutely. We made the decision as NASA to have two commercial crew providers when we let the contract in 2014, and since then the commercial crew program has been working really hard to give those capabilities to the country. I talked with Doug Hurley just the other day, right after our launch broadcast on Saturday, and he wishes everybody the best, all the best for this launch, and he can definitely associate with what Butch and Sonny were feeling and how they were getting ready. And I worked very closely with Doug and Bob for their mission, and now with Butch and Sonny for this mission. And it's really neat to be able to put together new spacecraft, and we're getting better at it, and we're going to need all that experience and test mentality and building fast, like we've learned from SpaceX company, to be able to go to the moon in the time frames that we want. So this is all great experience for us, and we couldn't do it without without Boeing, for example, for today.
Pad, air to ground 1.
Starliner, go ahead.
Starliner, be advised, we've been given a go to proceed with final hatch closure.
We are ready.
Oh, they are ready for
They
sure.
are ready, I know.
We are
We're ready too.
Several weeks.
Copy that. We're smiling out here too. See you in a couple weeks.
That's great. See you in a couple of weeks.
Which will be then when we open that hatch again.
And so now for the latest out of that last weather briefing we heard about and NASA's oversight of launch operations, let's bring back NASA's Daryl Nail here at Kennedy. Daryl.
Yeah, you heard about the weather brief. You're talking about it. The weather brief was a great one, just reiterating that we are in a great position. Outdoors, temperatures are nice, around the 80s. We have some light winds, about 10 knots flowing in. We do have some coastal showers, but they're pretty far offshore. We have a satellite, we have a radar rather, that can show us that, and you can see there on the right-hand side, you see those showers kind of popping up and growing just south of the Space Coast. But Launch Weather Officer Melody Lovin just reported to the launch team that she is forecasting that they will all stay far away offshore. In addition, there's some cumulus clouds that are popping up and around, but she says those shouldn't be a factor as well. They are going to keep an eye on them. So we are still, according to our weather officer, 90% go for liftoff at T0 at 10:52 and 15 seconds a.m. Eastern Time. There you see the light winds and the expected temperature, and that only concern the cumulus cloud rule, because you can't fly a rocket through a cumulus cloud. Otherwise, it could potentially create its own lightning lightning strike. So that's why they have that rule in place. There's a beautiful shot right there. You can see some of the puffy clouds in this shot, but that looks a little more compressed because that's a distant view, which makes those clouds look like they're more clustered. This is kind of gives you a better shot here. Looks like we're launching into a clear blue sky, and we sure hope that that holds for the rest of the way, and certainly the forecast indicates as such. Want to take a moment now to bring in and introduce one of the members of NASA's Commercial Crew Program who is working the launch today. We're joined by Brittany White, who is with CCP. She is a launch site integrator, and you sit right over there.
Yes,
right
I do.
back there. Been doing your job. I've been watching you as you've been listening to some of the milestones even pass by here, and you're giving big thumbs up. So I know your team has been working really hard over these past few months, especially during the launch attempts. Your insight is into the ground side.
Correct.
Ground side was an issue, of course, during the second launch attempt.
Yes.
But equipment was replaced. Dylan Rice, our ULA commentator, talked about that. How are we doing right now?
Beautifully. We are looking great for an attempt today, and a hopefully successful attempt at that one. It is a beautiful day out there, and the teams are working some minor issues, which are normal that we see, but nothing standing in our way right now.
So many systems, so many things going on with a rocket that
Of
there's
course.
little things that always pop up that the team has to work. But as you mentioned, nothing big. This is the third launch attempt. And so I'm wondering, as somebody who's, working this with each and every attempt in the long hours that are involved, how do you stay hungry? How do you stay, after it with each successive attempt?
Well, the mission is an incredible one. I mean, this alone, working with crew in general, being able to be even a small part of the team that brings crew to the ISS, that is amazing. And this mission in itself is incredible. The very first crewed flight of Boeing Starliner, the first crewed flight of ULA's Atlas V, and the first crewed flight from Cape Canaveral Space Force Station in about 60 years.
61 years.
So, I mean, just so many firsts, so many incredible moments, incredible milestones, and the team looks out for each other, and we're reminded of how important this mission is every day.
Great words there, and certainly we're glad that the team is looking after each other, because you guys have put in some really long days and long hours throughout this entire campaign. You've been in your current position for 7 months, so
Yes.
you're pretty new to the job. What's been one of the neatest things that you've experienced since coming on CCP?
Well, so one of the pinch me moments, I'll say, was in February of this year. I was able to be on the tower that we're seeing here live today.
Up on the top of the tower.
Up on the top of the tower, and I was able to witness ULA testing that crew arm and white room that we're seeing right here, swinging. They perform functional tests, functional swings, to make sure that on launch day everything is going to go according to plan, and work out any kinks that they might see. So I was fortunate enough to be standing, almost as close as we are right now to when they were swinging that arm, and not only seeing a piece of hardware that size swinging so seamlessly, that in itself was amazing, of course, but also realizing that, hey, we're swinging this arm to make sure that it is going to operate properly today for Butch and Sunny to walk down the platform, to go into the white room, and to ingress Starliner. So that was very much a pinch me moment.
And there's a look at that crew access arm, which will be stowed at L-11 minutes. We'll be doing that same
LC
movement.
slick on channel 1.
Go ahead.
Hatch closure complete.
Roger.
There's another great milestone, as you can see there, the hatch being closed. But that crew access arm, you've spoken like a true engineer, right? You've seen something like that
P2,
mechanically.
LC.
Go ahead.
Start center engine chill down.
Roger.
Arm
But it
control,
is-
LC.
Arm control.
Power on crew access arm hydraulic heater as required.
Roger.
All right, Centaur engine chill, so another great step towards launch. Real quickly, you mentioned some advice that you'd like to give little girls or young women who are pursuing this career. in engineering. It's a tough field, no question about it. But you had some advice that you want to give folks.
I was given advice from a very young age. Never say no to an opportunity. And sometimes you're presented with an opportunity that, at first glance, it might not seem like it's going to be a lot. But in the long run, it really does make a difference, and you might be surprised. So my advice that I always give when I'm doing outreach or anything like that, when I'm just talking to somebody, is never say no when an opportunity is presented to you.
You got an opportunity in college to put
I
together
did.
a project that ended up going out to Houston and
Yep.
was tested in the neutral buoyancy lab where they do practice for the EVAs and spacewalks. That's
Yep.
pretty cool.
Yep. I was asked to, hey, help write this proposal. And, we're trying to put together an idea for astronauts to be able to collect samples
Houston, Aragon 1.
on,
We're ready for pre-launch cabin
on
leak
an
checks. You
asteroid,
can prepare for
and
cabin
we were
pressurization
able
per your
to-
checklist and configure
to
the
continue
HIU
and
offsets
get that
15
proposal
miles an hour.
submitted. So that was incredible, first of all. But when you're asked to participate in something like that in college, a lot of times it doesn't result in anything. Never would have thought we were.
Amazing.
Yeah.
Cool stuff. Brittany White, launch site integrator with Commercial Crew Program. Really appreciate your time here. And we're really moving well through the milestones. In fact, way ahead of time, which is, I guess, a function of when
Yes.
you've done something for the third time. You get really quick at it.
Yeah.
Right?
Yes.
All right. Thank you so much for joining us, Brittany. And we'll send it back to Megan, Mike, and Dee.
Thank you, Brittany. Thank you, Daryl. And yeah, way ahead of schedule, actually, just under 30 minutes ahead of schedule. Hatch closure again, in our very detailed countdown, was slated for an hour and 10 minutes before launch. But again, we can do things as quickly as is available. And that's why we're ahead of time.
Roger.
I'll call out there regarding Atlas. Atlas's second
Cabin
stage
vent valve
Centaur.
cap is removed.
Starliner, we copy. Vent valve cap removed. And so Starliner, ground team is going to perform cabin pressurization. The caution will enunciate for cabin P high and cabin PPO2 high. As a function of that high cabin pressure, you can acknowledge the alarms.
Starliner copy.
All right, so Capcom telling Butch and Sunny that teams will soon begin pressurizing the entire capsule for a leak check. So we did just see hatch closed a few minutes ago, and you might have seen them locking the hatch with something that kind of looks like a tire iron. And actually, a similar mechanism was used on Apollo and shuttle spacecraft. So, so now that the hatch is closed, again, pressurizing the entire capsule for a leak check, Mike.
Yes, so we practiced this a few years ago for the first time, and when we did it, it actually made some loud noises inside the cabin as the pressure was increasing and then decreasing. So that now we made a call to the crew saying, "Hey, you're going to hear some things, and we're ready to do it." We have a voice-activated intercom system. We call it a Vox, right? So we turn up our Vox dials so that loud noises don't get transmitted and amplified in our microphones. And in order to do this, Butch also had to take a cap off of a valve that was that's inside the spacecraft. We do have ways to depressurize the spacecraft from inside, so we usually keep them capped, so it keeps things extra safe. And Butch had to take the cap off for when we depressurize.
And pressurizing is going to take about 3 to 4 minutes. Again, you heard Capcom telling them to just be aware of maybe some audible noises. And then basically the team wants the capsule to stay at the correct pressure for about 10 minutes. So that's what we'll be looking out for in these next few minutes.
And we talked about how things were ahead of time, and that's good in case the hatch check doesn't work. We have time to redo it again. There's still a little margin in the schedule.
Not only is Starliner flying Butch and Sunny today, it is also bringing up nearly 800 pounds of cargo to the space station. Let's check in again with Boeing's Lauren Brennecke and ULA's Dylan Rice.
Yeah, Dee, along with our most precious cargo, of course, Butch and Sunny, we are taking around 800 pounds of cargo up today, and we are taking something that was added just a few days ago, actually, but more than half of what's going up is Boeing cargo, like CFT patches, mission coins, silver Snoopy pens, American flags, and a hard drive, which we mentioned earlier. It has about 3,500 pieces of artwork from children across the world. We're also taking tools, emergency life support equipment, and then that late add at NASA's request just a few days ago, our teams packed a new pump for the space station's urine processing assembly. That is a part of the water recovery system there on the ISS. It is about 150 pounds. It's a pump, and it is replacing 2 non-essential cargo bags inside Starliner. It is all methodically packed weeks in advance, besides that one late cargo. And about 25 bags are for Boeing, 10 bags now for NASA. And those NASA bags are carrying things like food, clothes, exercise gear, medical supplies, and anything the crew wanted to bring with them. On the way back, Starliner will bring about 750 pounds of cargo, so just a little bit less, and that includes 1 empty NORS tank. That's a nitrogen oxygen recharge system, and that will be refilled for future missions. So Dylan, we are focused on the crew, on the pad team, on what's been going on with the hatch closure and the pressurization testing, but there's been a lot going on in the background as well on the rocket side.
No, that's right, Lauren. So as we've wrapped up the crew ingress process, we're starting to hear a little bit more traffic now back from the launch vehicle team. A few moments ago, we heard about the Centaur engine chill down. So the Centaur engines are fueled by cryogenic propellants, which are very, very cold. So this process takes about an hour, and it brings those engine temperatures down so that we don't cold shock them when they're introduced to those cold propellants. So that process has been started. The vehicle itself remains in propellant topping mode as the blue team is continuing their work up on the tower. We heard about the beginning to warm up the hydraulic system for the crew access arm. One of the big differences in today's countdown as compared to our countdown for our traditional uncrewed missions, our payloads that don't talk back, as I say, is the length of the built-in hold. So we've spent the duration of this broadcast in our 4-hour built-in hold. Typically, our built-in holds are 15 or 30 minutes, depending on the length of the launch window. But for today, it's been lengthened to 4 hours to allow loading of the crew and closing out Starliner for flight. With today's instantaneous launch window for the International Space Station, launch vehicle and Starliner operations have to be precisely choreographed to occur on time. So far, things are looking great. The team's working no issues.
All right, Dylan, we are about 1 hour and 31 minutes away from launch. We'll send it back over to Megan at the host desk.
Let's talk a little bit more about that urine processor because, Mike, you actually helped install one.
Not just one, but the first one. When Chris Ferguson and his team came up on STS-126, I was commander of the space station, and Don Pettit and I got to install the urine processor. It's a really neat kind of, I know it has a funny name, a UPA, right? UPA, right? So, but the urine processor is in essence a pump, and it takes our waste products, our number one, our P, and helps take all the water out of it. Our water processing assembly aboard the International Space Station, we've gotten to be really good at it. We can get over 97% of our water recycled, and each time we send a liter of water aboard up to space station, it's like $5,000. So being able to recycle water is not just good for space station, but for when we go to Moon and Mars. So this urine processor, when it's not working, and a space station program manager said so at the most recent press conference, we've got to get it up there. Other than that, we have these large bags full of urine that need to be processed, and it'll start stacking up on us because we don't want to throw it away. We need to definitely process it. So having Starliner, an hour and a half to go. Having Starliner there to be able to take up the UPA really helps the space station program a lot, and this is that dual redundancy of having rockets go up to the space station on a regular basis.
And the recycling of the urine into water is really impressive. Like the rate is 90-something% that they can...
Over 97%.
Yes, it's impressive.
That's a great technology for Earth, Moon, and Mars.
Now, Both Butch and Sunny are bringing some special items of their own with them for this very important flight test. For example, Butch is flying 2 gold rings he had made for his brother and father that resemble the U.S. Navy astronaut pilot wing pin. He's also flying shirts from Tennessee Tech and the University of Tennessee, his alma maters. Sunny is flying T-shirts from the U.S. Naval Academy and the Sunita L. Williams Elementary School in Massachusetts, plus a diver pin and dog tags that her mom had made for her 2 Labrador retrievers, Gunner and Rotor. Sunny also loves to wear fun socks and packed many multicolor socks she plans to wear in space. Other items will remain a surprise until the astronauts have a chance to reveal them publicly during the flight test.
I imagine, Mike, that having these like personal effects is so important. And yes, for long duration missions, but it's nice to also have, even though if they're only there for 8 days.
As you can see, Butch and Sunny brought up things to help inspire others.
Starliner Houston, the pad is proceeding with cabin pressurization now.
Copy.
And a thumbs up from the crew. Let the pressure increase. But it's really it's really cool. I know that from the universities that I went to, every time I wore their shirt, just to kind of represent like any other alum should, it really inspired the undergrads and the grad students to say, hey, if that schmuck could be an astronaut, so could I. There's hope. There's hope for us all. And it's so those are kind of things that make a difference to us. And hopefully make difference to other people too. It's inspiring to see your school represented in space.
Yeah, so personal effects and also those opportunities that inspire, because that's really a big part of being an astronaut. You know, you've said that before, that a big part of your job is also to inspire that next generation.
Right, we stand on the shoulders of giants, of those who inspired us. I mean, I can't remember. I remember, I couldn't believe it when I met John Young for the first time. He walked on the moon and he flew the first space shuttle, and he interviewed me for the astronaut program, and he ended up coming to my wedding. I mean, so it's really, it's my wife's wedding too, and we really look up to other people, and I know there's a lot of folks today that are looking up to Butch and Sunny as pioneers of a new spacecraft.
That's right, Mike. Butch and Sunny have spent a lot of time working side by side with the men and women who developed Starliner. Many consider the crew like family now. Here's their perspective on Boeing's journey to crewed flight and how their relationship with Butch and Sunny influences every decision.
I think of perseverance when I think of Starliner just because we've come such a long way.
Being on this Starliner program, there's been some ups and downs, but I would say we worked through and pushed through them, and our flight coming up for CFT is going to show it.
It's really exciting. You can feel the buzz around the office. Everybody's talking about it, that it's so soon.
It means a lot to be this close to reaching our ultimate goal of launching our NASA crew to the International Space Station. It will be an amazing accomplishment.
All the testing leading up to this mission has been very successful.
The goal is to work out all of the kinks and make sure, again, we can fly and operate safely.
We want the Starliner to be as highest quality a product as possible, and that goes from software development to manufacturing systems in the factory.
We think about it as a test flight, but we really work towards perfection.
When we find something that we can improve, we go ahead and we go do that work. The safety of our crew members is at the absolute forefront of my mind.
We're not strapping an astronaut, we're strapping our friends in.
You know, the crew is our precious cargo, and everybody understands that. It's great that they have a relationship. I think it really makes the work that we do become more personal.
To have such legends from the human spaceflight world kind of be our North Star as we're navigating our way to the crewed flight test, it's kind of hard to describe how really special it is.
They know us and recognize us, and they become part of our team. Working with Butch, he is very honest with his experience and his feedback, which I think is really important.
I find him, beyond being a very accomplished pilot, he's a man of faith and a brilliant engineer. He's very sharp-minded and has a pretty good sense of humor as well.
Working with Sunny Williams has been an honor, not just because she's an astronaut with human spaceflight experience, right? But because she is another fellow woman in STEM.
Sunny is everybody's astronaut. She is the most approachable person in the crew office by far. I've never seen her pass up an opportunity to speak with a young person, which helps our agency. It inspires the next generation of space explorers.
Having them so well integrated into various aspects of reviews and milestones has just helped us build that trust.
There are challenges in what we do. It's not easy, but when everybody rolls up their sleeves, puts their head down, that's the rewarding part to be part of it.
And until that door opens and that crew gets out safely, that's when we'll celebrate.
That's the true end of the mission, right? I talked to a lot of people before, and that's what I look forward to. I mean, certainly getting a successful launch, successful dock, but we got to get home.
It's just going to be an immense sense of pride that we accomplished something that is so difficult, to send humans to the harsh environment of space and back safely.
As soon as they get out of that vehicle, I think everyone's going to take that breath and go like, oh, they're here, they're safe.
To everyone that I've met on this program, it's not just a job. It's a dream that we are making come true.
But you were saying when you were watching that, you really began to tear up.
Yes, you can call me Mike today. And
oh, what did I? Oh my gosh, I'm so
Butch
sorry.
Is on
Mike.
the start. No, I just wanted to say that montage was really meaningful, and it really shows how integrated the crew and is with our Boeing teammates, and how much that their spirits and their hard work are helping us soar to the stars today. And so that was a really nice montage.
And Dee, your team, obviously.
Yeah. Absolutely. I mean, this is great. We've been waiting for this moment, and here we are. So, let's check back in with NASA's Brandy Dean and Boeing's Jim May, who are monitoring things at Mission Control in Houston. Jim?
Thanks, Dee. Flight Director Mike Lammers and his team here in Houston are still working steadily through their pre-launch actions, and everything's been going pretty smoothly. Been clear across the board most of the day as we count down toward today's 10:52 a.m. Eastern, 14:52 UTC liftoff.
Once they have lifted off, they'll have a 25-hour ride to get to the International Space Station. And with this being the crewed flight test, they'll have a number of test or flight test objectives to work through, putting the Starliner systems through its paces to prove them out before operational flights begin. The first of those will come after Butch, Wilmore, and Sunny Williams reach orbit today, when they'll be doing some manual piloting checkouts while they're still well away from the space station. They'll be flying some attitude maneuvers, changing Starliner's orientation using only visual cues to start with, and then using Starliner's attitude direction indicator, which will be used for all the other planned attitude maneuvers. They'll also point the spacecraft's tail to the sun to demonstrate that it can use solar arrays to recharge its batteries.
And once they arrive near station, they'll take over with manual control again to demonstrate their ability to station keep for 5 minutes at the opening of the approach corridor. And this corridor reaches out to a little under 250 meters away from the forward docking port on the ISS Harmony node, or as you may hear as we listen into the flight loop Slater, node 2 forward. Now, this maneuver should be pretty familiar to both Butch and Sunny. It's very similar to flight ops they performed while in the Navy, things like lining up an aircraft with a refueling tanker, doing a landing approach of the carrier, and for Sunny, hovering a helicopter over a landing pad. And this demonstration will be a checkout of manual 6 degree of freedom control. So that will use both joysticks and Starliner. The translational hand controller, pretty similar to like a throttle stick in an aircraft. And the rotational hand controller, which looks and operates almost identically to a joystick in an aircraft.
But we've got to get into orbit before we can do any of that. We've got another 1 hour
Starliner
and
Houston,
20
the
minutes.
side hatch is being configured. Audible noise may be heard.
Starliner, copy.
As I was saying, another now 1 hour and 19 minutes until today's 10:52 a.m. Eastern launch. Flight Director Mike Lammers has been keeping a close eye on the activities in Florida as the crew got into their seats and went through their suit checks. Also, as they closed the hatch and started pressurizing Starliner. In about an hour, Lammers is going to be polling the team here in Houston for goes or no-goes, hoping to get thumbs up across the board for today's launch. He'll be speaking for his team when he gives his final go, no-go to the launch conductor about 7 minutes before launch.
The International Space Station also has to be go to welcome Starliner tomorrow. So let's go back to the Space Station Flight Control Room and NASA's Rob Navius for an update. Rob?
Thanks, Jim. And the International Space Station Flight Control Team, led at this hour by Flight Director Allison Bollinger, has in fact polled her team, and the ISS is go for launch. During the week or so that Butch Wilmore and Sonny Williams are aboard the International Space Station as visiting crew members, each dock day will see a different variety of activity for the Starliner duo. On Friday, the Starliner astronauts will continue unloading cargo they brought to the station and will transfer some of the used emergency equipment from station to Starliner for the trip back to Earth. They will stow their launch and entry suits aboard the vehicle and conduct a debrief with NASA and Boeing officials about the rendezvous and docking phase of the mission. Once Starliner's batteries are recharged through station power resources, Starliner will then be configured for quiescent or steady-state operations. So it's a busy timeline that lies ahead for both Wilmore and Williams and their Expedition 71 crewmates once Starliner docks to the complex tomorrow. And if you're just joining us at the time of launch, at 10:52 and 15 seconds a.m. Eastern Time this morning, the International Space Station will be flying 260 miles over south-central Turkey. For now, that's it from the Space Station Flight Control Room. Now back to you guys at the Cape.
Certifying a second spacecraft for regular flights to the International Space Station will greatly benefit the orbiting laboratory. For more on that, here's NASA's Antonia Jaramillo.
Thanks, Dee. We are here on the roof of the Atlas Spaceflight Operations Center, and joining me is NASA Deputy Administrator Pam Melroy. Deputy Administrator, as a former astronaut, you are no stranger to launch scrubs. Can you talk us a little bit about the process that our astronauts go through when a scrub is announced?
Yeah, good morning, Tony. It's great to be here. I was actually teasing Butch and Sonny a little bit this morning about it. Really, there are a lot of procedures that have to be followed, but for the astronauts, they'll have some critical action steps to safe the vehicle. So thinking about anything to do with the boosters, the propulsion system, maybe the pyrotechnics. And so they will take those critical actions to safe the vehicle. You want to make sure it's perfectly safe. And then it's a process of getting out of the vehicle and going back to crew quarters. If there's a longer delay, they might go back to Houston, but usually they'll stay in quarantine. And then it's back to hitting the simulators again.
And let's talk, you also have obviously firsthand experience on the effects of spaceflight on the human body. Can you discuss with us the human research experiments that Butch and Sonny will take part in during their mission?
Yeah, this human research program is critically important. There are so few people overall that have been to space that every single one counts. So when Butch and Sonny go up to the space station, they'll join our astronauts up there right now, Tracy, Mike, Matt, and Jeanette, and they will join in some of the same medical experiments so that we can have a larger pool of data. But in addition to that, we'll be watching very closely a couple of things. This is a new trajectory for a vehicle. It's going to be the first question I'm going to want to ask. How did it feel? What was the ride like? And then, of course, they've got plenty of experience getting out of the vehicle before launch, but it'll be a different thing after flying in space. And we're going to want to look at that closely.
Absolutely, we are. And, talking about some of the science then that's currently on the International Space Station, what are some of the new interesting experiments that you are most looking forward to learning about?
Boy, there is so much exciting that happens on the station, from studying basic research, but also doing Earth observations. But something that is really exciting to me is a new ESA experiment called immune assay. We know that the immune system of people in space is suppressed, but we don't really understand what's happening at the cellular level. And up to this point, we've only been able to study it in the lab. And so some new equipment that's going up is going to allow us to really understand at the cellular level what's happening in immunology on orbit.
That is truly fascinating. Deputy Administrator, thank you so much for joining us here today. Megan D. Mike, back over to you.
Now, today's launch will be the 100th launch of ULA's Atlas V rocket. It will also mark a sort of passing the torch within the company. Let's look at what this means to employees.
We approach every mission we launch with great care. This will be certainly the first payload in my career where the payload can talk back.
We're not used to having payloads with heartbeats. Having to interact and talk with them is pretty exciting.
It's human beings. I mean, how could you not be excited about human space flight?
Looking forward to getting to that final countdown and watching Starliner fly.
I'm pretty excited to be putting Atlas back in the business of human spaceflight.
We wouldn't be getting to that countdown if we weren't sure that everything was perfect and ready for launch.
Since I was little, I have always loved to watch the astronauts, and I just really think this is great that we're actually going to be putting them up there.
You're actually having a dialogue with the crew, giving the final commands, the readiness for launch. That's going to be a very unique moment. Obviously, putting the thoughts and consideration into the flight crew and those folks and the mission they're getting ready to start.
I've worked with my team very carefully to make sure that we've thought of everything that could possibly go wrong with that and accounted for it, and making sure that the tower is correct and ready to support the mission when it comes time to retract the arm for launch. We've done everything that we can.
Many years ago, someone handed me the keys and said, "Here, you drive." Those are the ones that put Glenn into space, and I'm looking forward to putting Sonny and Butch into space and give them a good ride.
During that time, a lot of passing of the torch happened, a lot of learning, such as what it means to be a certified responsible engineer, to own that hardware, to know everything about that hardware so that you can answer any question that may come up.
As we are passing this torch forward, I want to teach them all the valuable things that I've witnessed because I've been involved in many aspects of the launch here at ULA.
To think about the fact that all of these engineers that I work with are passing all of their knowledge on that I can one day launch astronauts too is really special.
Human spaceflight requires passing on knowledge.
Launch day is nearly here.
I'm looking forward to starting this historic countdown.
We put a lot of attention and detail and care in every part that we deliver.
I can't wait to send the crew on their journey.
It's exciting to pass the torch to the next generation.
Pushing out boundaries will help us grow.
Fueling up for mission success.
I've been working on the Starliner missions ever since we were awarded the contracts.
Astronauts' lives need more than a deadline.
I can't wait to launch my friends.
For human launch, quality is everything.
Ready to launch astronauts to space.
It'll be a great day to see CFT launch.
Go Atlas, go Centaur, go Starliner.
That was awesome to see the actual physical passing of the torch, but also to see the faces, right, of all those who have helped us to get to where we are today, which is 1 hour, 11 minutes, and 20 seconds until liftoff of NASA's Boeing crew flight test. So we've been asking you guys to send us some social questions using the hashtag AskNASA. So why don't we take some of those now again? We have Jel San on Instagram asking, I want to be an astronaut, but I'm currently a mechanical engineer. How do I proceed? That question for you, Mike.
I also wanted to be an astronaut for a long time. And when I was applying to be an astronaut, there was only one path to become an astronaut, and that was pretty much to become a NASA government astronaut. And I went through the NASA program of making sure I had some advanced technical degrees and some operational experience. I had my pilot's license, and I was ready to apply. But now, we've opened up the world of spaceflight to even more people, and there's a lot of private astronaut missions happening with other companies. So what it means to be an astronaut is very different. The best I can tell you right now in a short period of time is to do your very best, to become very good at what you do. You just saw the montage with the folks from the United Launch Alliance, and every one of those folks is just really the best. They do their best every day, and that's the best way to become an astronaut.
And I think we can squeeze in another one. This is Susie McGowan on Facebook asking if for whatever reason either Butch or Sonny couldn't fly on Starliner today, would the mission be scrubbed, or is there a backup team member just in case?
Hi, Susie. I resemble that remark.
Verify range ready for FTS open loop test. Verified.
So there.
FTS LC.
This is FTS.
Start final open loop FTS test.
Roger.
They're doing a kind of a safe version of the flight termination system test to make sure they're ready for launch. So Susie, yes, I as a backup to Butch and Sunny, was able to, we could have turned the around us if they got sick, but not on the day of launch. Certainly not today. We have an instantaneous launch window. We don't have very much margin for someone else to get into their spacesuit and go. But if unfortunately somebody were to not do well and we need to switch out crew members, we have preserved that capability so that the mission can go on. It's not about an individual, but it's about the mission that's important to NASA.
All right. Remember, it's super easy to submit questions for this broadcast. Just go to NASA's YouTube, Facebook, X, or Twitch pages and add your question with hashtag AskNASA.
We want to introduce you to the man with the final go or no-go here today. He's a familiar face to those who have been following human spaceflight over the years. That's Leroy Kane, live inside of the ASOC. He's Boeing's Commercial Crew Deputy Program Manager, and he serves as Starliner's Mission Director today. Previously, Leroy served as NASA's Space Shuttle Flight Director and then as Space Shuttle Deputy Program Manager. He's been involved with more than 100 shuttle missions. Our team asked him how today's flight compares and how his experience supporting so many astronauts from the ground influences every decision he makes.
Starliner Houston, we got a good leak.
The first crewed flight of Starliner ranks pretty high, I would say, in terms of not only importance, but I think significance relative to my career anyway. I worked with a lot of astronauts, a lot of flight crews, and of course also with Butch and Sunny. They bring a lot to the table in terms of helping us as a team get to a place where we're ready to go fly. They've been very integral to the process for years, and all of that culminates with this flight test. This business that we're in, human spaceflight, it is, I've said before, it's not for the faint of heart. It has the highest of highs and the lowest of lows. It's very unforgiving. Spaces are very unforgiving. The margins are small. We understand. And really to be in it, your heart has to be, you have to be, I say, in it to win it. So what I try to do is try to think about, what are we missing? What are we not thinking about? What have we not discussed? What have we maybe failed to have enough imagination or curiosity to pursue? And I try to look at things through a lens of what's missing. I expect it to be a very successful flight test. I think we'll learn some things because we always do. We'll learn every time we fly. And that's part of the beauty of this business. It's part of why we're so drawn to it. It's part of what exploration is about.
If you're just joining us, welcome to the official broadcast of NASA's Boeing crew flight test. We have a beautiful aerial view of the rocket and spacecraft on Launch Pad 41 at Cape Canaveral Space Force Station. I'm NASA's Megan Cruz. This is NASA astronaut Mike Fink, and that's Boeing's Dee Russell.
Good morning.
Now, we are here to watch NASA astronauts Butch Wilmore and Sunny Williams make history as the first people to fly aboard Boeing's Starliner capsule. And Mike, liftoff of the United Launch Alliance Atlas V rocket is slated for 10:52 and 15 seconds a.m. Eastern Time. Where are we in the countdown? We're looking really great in this countdown.
Yes, so far so good. The rocket is in great shape, and the capsule on top, the spacecraft, Starliner, Calypso, they closed the hatch about 10 or 15 minutes ago and are just finishing up on the leak checks, saying that the hatch is definitely holding air, and we're ready for the pad team to say goodbye and head off the launch tower. 1 hour and 5 minutes to go.
Now, CFT is the last test before NASA can certify Starliner for regular missions to the International Space Station for its commercial crew program. It's also only the 6th time that NASA astronauts will launch on a new spacecraft designed for crew. The last time an Atlas-class rocket launched humans to space was 61 years ago with the final flight of NASA's Mercury program.
Over the last 3 hours, both Butch and Sunny, who you see there on your screen, have been getting ready for liftoff. The astronauts were helped into their suits inside the historic crew quarters suit-up room. You see that there. And then they walked out to family and friends. A wave there from Butch and Sunny before the 20-minute ride to Launch Complex 41 in an Astrovan. After arriving at the pad, the crew ascended the crew access tower to get into the Starliner spacecraft. They ingressed or got into Starliner and are now strapped in, awaiting liftoff. Mike, why is it so important for NASA's Commercial Crew Program to certify a second, again, dissimilar crew transportation system to the International Space Station?
Megan, it's really important because right now we only have two ways to get into humans into space. One was with the Soyuz and our Russian partners, and we all know that that's our relationship with the Russian Federation's a little bit tricky. We still maintain a good connection in space. And then we have Dragon, which is a fantastic spacecraft launching on the Falcon 9. But those are only two ways. Having a third way to get to the International Space Station, or from the U.S. perspective, just a redundant way to go, is that if something goes wrong with anybody, we still can get people up and down to the International Space Station. And we found that out with the Columbia disaster, how important it was to have another way to get to space. We stopped flying astronauts up and down the space station solely on the space shuttle, and we started flying on Soyuz, and that really taught us some good lessons then.
Mike, you spoke with Butch and Sunny recently. How are they feeling about the road to this moment with only an hour and 3 minutes to launch?
I think Butch and Sunny right now are probably taking small cat naps, or I guess Sunny, she doesn't like cats as much as puppy naps, I don't know, but they are very excited. They've had it's been a long road in quarantine, away from friends, and they've been able to see their family from a distance, but they are ready. They're very much mentally prepared and physically prepared for a great launch today.
As you can see, guys, Mike is a great resource for us today. He actually trained alongside Butch and Sunny to fly on this mission and is actually the backup pilot if needed. So we're encouraging you to send him any questions you might have about what you see today. Just go to social media and use the hashtag AskNASA, and we will continue to take as many questions as we can live. Again, a check of the clock, 1 hour, 2 minutes, 26 seconds and counting until NASA's Boeing crew flight test. What's significant, again, is that we are ahead of schedule. Again, we were going through the paces as things were done so that we can build that margin.
Starliner, we copied. Cabin vent valve closed and cap. Good config. Talk to you again in a few minutes.
And again, those call-outs there have to do with the cabin leak check that is in progress right now.
Yeah, one of the last steps is Butch puts a cap on a valve that can open up the outside of, or open up Starliner to the outside. So we want to make sure that the valve is closed and capped, so it won't be a leak path if unintentionally.
And there are more than 60 seals, right, in the crew module, 6 valves to check if they're in the closed position. And bottom line, this check is to make sure that everything is sealed so that the Starliner is properly pressurized on the ride up.
Yes, we don't need the atmosphere to leak out. If it does, we have spacesuits, but it's very good to double check everything, and we expected the hatch leak check to proceed just fine, and it did.
And there was a particular PSI, right?
1 hour and 1 minute.
A particular PSI that the team wanted to see being held within the cabin.
Yes, so we start out at atmospheric pressure, and we use
Go ahead.
pounds per square inch as our measurement, so that's PSI. So we normally start at something, whatever it is here today in Florida, like 14.6 or 14.7 PSI. We add 2 extra PSI, so they were holding at 16.9 pounds per square inch, and that held throughout the 10 minutes, and that's an overpressure, so it would have leaked out if we had a leak path, and it turns out we didn't, so leak check good.
All right. And we have teams in both Florida and Houston watching every aspect of this mission. Let's head over to ULA's Dylan Rice and Boeing's Lauren Brennicke, who are monitoring the spacecraft and rocket from United Launch Alliance's Advanced Spaceflight Operations Center, or ASOC.
Go ahead. Yeah, for anyone just joining us, as Megan just said, we are here at the ASOC. It is ULA's rocket headquarters over here on the Cape side. Dylan and I are in a great location to be monitoring all of the operations that are going on around us. We have the whole launch control team down here behind us, and you might be able to see us there in the middle in the glass.
Alarm at a bad time, we're going to recommend that line item 390 be disabled.
Roger, copy line item 390.
Correct.
LC concurs. LD?
LD concurs.
Roger. RLM? LC?
RLM on 1.
Roger, please disable line item 390.
Active.
All right, another part of our job is to wear headsets and listen to the loops that you're hearing there on the broadcast, as well as some of the other side channels, just to keep track of everything going on today. We did just get an update that the helium leak on Starliner remains good. We have confirmation it is still acceptable for flight, looking about like it did on Saturday. So that's great news. And Dylan, Atlas has been really all over the solar system, but preps for today's launch are just a little bit different.
Go ahead.
Line item 390 has been disabled.
Roger.
Well, that's right, Lauren. So we're using our standard processes and procedures that we use for every Atlas Centaur mission, but today's mission is different because we have Starliner atop Atlas and Centaur, and 2 astronauts inside Starliner. So there are some added steps.
LC, this is FTS.
Go ahead.
Yes, Operation 55, Step 270, FTS open loop test is complete.
Roger.
So we do have added steps to support those additional activities to ingress the crew and then close out the Starliner and then prepare the crew access tower for launch. But right now, today, we're remaining in our final built-in hold as we continue to prepare for liftoff. There are a few activities left for us today. The blue team will be clearing the area soon, at which point the final preparations for launch will get underway, and we'll be configuring the vehicle's propulsion and hydraulic systems for flight. The avionics team will be loading upper-level wind data into our flight computer that allows us steering through the atmosphere. And you'll also start to hear final comm checks between the LCC, Mission Control in Houston, the BMCC at Kennedy Space Center, and the Starliner crew. Once all that is done, we'll be retracting that big crew access arm. That'll be one of the big visual cues on the launch pad that lets us know that we're getting closer to launch. And then you'll start to hear us get into our final polling for launch.
All right, Megan, we are now just under an hour to launch, so we will see you guys back here in just a little bit. Actually, we're going to go over to NASA's Daryl Nell at Hangar AE. Daryl.
All right, thank you very much. And looking here into Hangar AE, and you can see here the CCP team, Commercial Crew Program, is back here monitoring everything that's been going on. And so far, it's been a beautiful countdown. Let's talk a little bit about weather. You can see around the pad, there's been some cumulus clouds that have popped up in and around the area, and that's because some sea breeze has come ashore, and there you see it. Sea breeze, of course, activating with some of the warm air over the land. Launch Weather Officer Melody Lovin says, though, no problem and no issue. Oh, there's a big cumulus cloud right next to the pad. She believes that these are going to be able to pass over by the time we hit T0, so not looking to have much of a problem there. And she just briefed us that we're still go. 90% go is currently where we're standing at. Again, beautiful weather outside. You see the one concern there, the cumulus cloud rule, and so they will be keeping their eyes on that. We did have some showers offshore. Those, though, dispersed, and that's not a problem. We do have some weather. We're also watching along the ascent corridor. We're keeping track of that.
LC, Slick on Channel 1.
Go ahead, Slick.
CST-100 pad operations are complete and ready to configure the white room for launch. Annulus purge was disconnected at 1354 Zulu.
Roger. Blue team lead, LC.
Go ahead.
Perform toxic vapor and O2 checks when raising the environmental seal and configure white room for launch.
Roger.
Getting that room right there ready to launch. You'll see that environmental seal around the Starliner and get ready to go up as they get that room ready for launch, and eventually at L-11 minutes retract the arm away. All right, again, the ascent corridor weather, though, it is low for any issues. So all across the board, we still look good for weather. There's a look at the satellite loop, and you can see all across the eastern seaboard, all the way up into the maritime provinces of Canada. Fortunately, we got a high-pressure system off North Carolina that's keeping everything pretty stable and clear out there. Just a couple of issues along the way, but nothing that would put the Starliner at risk of splashing down all along that track if they needed to, should something happen to the rocket. We're looking good so far from out here at Slick 41 and Hangar AE, and we'll send it back to the host desk.
And let's take another look at the crew for this flight test. We see Commander Butch Wilmore. He was at the bottom left corner of your screen, NASA astronaut and retired U.S. Navy captain. Raised in Mount Juliet, Tennessee, married to Deanna Wilmore, and they have 2 daughters. As a naval pilot, Butch racked up more than 8,000 flight hours and 663 carrier landings, all in tactical jet aircraft. He completed 4 operational deployments, supporting missions like Operation Desert Storm. Before his selection to NASA, Wilmore was on exchange to the Air Force as a flight test instructor at the Air Force Test Pilot School at Edwards Air Force Base in California. Butch is a veteran of 2 space flights as pilot on Space Shuttle Atlantis in 2009, and then 5 years later, he served as flight engineer for Expedition 41. So far, Wilmore has spent 178 days in space and performed 4 spacewalks, so this flight will be his 3rd mission to the ISS.
And Sunny Williams, CFT's pilot and a retired U.S. Navy captain. NASA selected her as an astronaut in 1998, just 2 years before Butch. This will also be Sunny's 3rd mission to space, making her the first woman on a test flight of an orbital spacecraft. Her first trip to the ISS launched in 2006. She served as flight engineer for Expeditions 14-15. She then returned to the orbiting lab in 2012 and was commander of Expedition 33. Sunny has more than 50 hours of spacewalk time, the 2nd most cumulative time by a female astronaut. So far, she has spent 322 days in space. Before NASA, Sunny was a former naval test pilot and instructor, logging more than 3,000 flight hours in more than 30 different aircraft. Williams grew up in Needham, Massachusetts, and is married to Michael Williams. She enjoys hanging out with their dogs, working out, hiking, and camping, as well as working on cars and houses. As the crew aboard Starliner prepares to launch to the space station, let's take a look at what's in store for Sunny and Butch while on this mission.
The mission of the Commercial Crew Program is to provide transportation for astronauts to the International Space Station.
Multiple providers provide you redundancy. Redundancy is important, as we know. In our systems, we have redundant systems.
But actually, more importantly, it's providing the aerospace workforce the opportunity to test out new ideas, new technologies, and work them into spacecraft. Butch and I are the first 2 to fly the Starliner, so this flight will be a crew flight test, so there'll only be 2 on board. We're going to fly it up to the space station, dock it, and test it all out, and then come back home.
Everything's new. The procedures are new. We have procedures now that we didn't have a year ago because we've learned as the process has gone forward.
We've had 2 test flights uncrewed previously, but this will be the first time we're putting people on it.
We're test pilots, and so we're going to be testing the spacecraft in all aspects of the flight, from launch, on orbit, all the way to entry and landing.
We're testing out the environmental control system. We're testing out the manual flying of the spacecraft. Then while we're docked to the space station, we have a bunch of tasks to make sure that the spacecraft can act as a lifeboat. And just in case anything bad goes on the International Space Station, the crew on board can come to the Starliner and make sure that they're okay.
This has a mode where we call it backup mode, which is your get home mode, if you will. We can, without any communication at all, we can still effect a return to Earth, do a deorbit burn, and hit the point where we're trying to land, even without our computers. You know, that old mantra, failure is not an option, because it's a very dynamic thing we do flying in space, and it's not very forgiving, and we know that. And that's why we have these multiple systems and multiple redundant capabilities, because human life is special, and we want to preserve it at all costs.
I think exploration is just in the human heart. Butch, he describes himself as the first thing he said as a kid was why. And I think that's in all of us. Maybe we don't verbalize it, but we all ask why. And that's what exploration is. It's that next step of why. So why not go back to the moon? Why not try to live on the moon? It seems like a natural stepping stone to the next thing, Mars, which just calls us. Like, why is that planet there? What is the future of that planet? What is the future of our planet? And to be able to take these next steps in exploration, we're going to start answering those questions.
We stand on the pinnacle. This is kind of where everything, integration, everything comes together, which is where Sunny and I sit. And this is just a part of the ongoing process of growing and expounding our knowledge and our understanding of all things for the benefit of mankind.
I am Sunny Williams, and I am ready to fly NASA's Boeing Crew Flight Test.
I'm Butch Wilmore, and I am ready to fly NASA's Boeing Crew Flight Test.
And we are ready here at 49 minutes, 17 seconds until liftoff. Now, this historic flight test will be a major milestone for United Launch Alliance. NASA's Antonio Jaramillo joins us now with ULA's CEO and president, who has more about this company's road to this moment.
Thank you, Megan. Joining me is Tori Bruno, CEO and President of United Launch Alliance. Tori, it's so great to have you back on here. Can you give us a quick recap, first on the issue that occurred during the last launch attempt and how teams resolved it and got us to where we are today?
Absolutely. So we have a ground system at the pad that controls the things that occur in the last few moments before we go to ignition. This particular system is the one that releases the rocket from the pad and controls what happens to getting the umbilicals loose. And we have a triple redundant system that is also able to vote, and we lost one card within one of those three chassis that do this. The crew was never in any kind of danger or anything like that, but in our timeline, had that failed much later, we would have relied on the double redundancy in voting that remained, but that early on, our criteria says stop and understand what's happening. We did resolve it the next day on a Sunday. It is a card within a chassis that has power supplies. It was one of the two power supplies that are also redundant, and so the flaw was really that power supply going down and not switching to the backup supply built into the chassis. So we removed it, we replaced it, we put the modules right back in it. The chassis we're using we know works because it's the same chassis we used to launch Vulcan on Cert 1. Everything has checked out and been retested, and now we're good to go.
That's great to hear, and it is a beautiful day right now. It looks like it's going to be a beautiful launch. What's the trajectory like for this launch? I mean, who along the U.S. will be able to see it?
Yeah, this is a very unique trajectory because it's flat and long for crew safety. And so it'll head out from here, it'll go north and a little bit to the east, and so all along the southern coast of the United States you have a pretty good chance of seeing it. And what that trajectory allows us to do is to have no blackout areas where the crew would be unable to abort the flight, God forbid, in the event of an anomaly. And it delivers them just short of being orbital, so if there were any issues with the capsule's propulsion system, they get a free return safely to the surface of the Earth. So very, very unique for us. We've never flown, apart from the test flights of this capsule, a trajectory that is suborbital before.
Wow, and talking about uniqueness, is there anything new or different on this Atlas V rocket for this crewed launch compared to other uncrewed Atlas V launches?
Yes, there are. There's a handful of things, and they are all safety related. So the most obvious thing is there's no payload fairing, because if there were to be an abort where we want the capsule to fly the crew safely away, the fairing would be in the way, so we fly without it. We also have an emergency detection system, which is like a very high-speed computer that is plugged into all the systems on Atlas and monitoring its health, so that if an anomaly started happening faster than any human could possibly do it, this computer would detect it and command the separation of the capsule. And of course, on Centaur, we have 2 RL-10s instead of 1 rocket engine for more thrust because of that long, flat trajectory. The last thing we do is actually kind of subtle and maybe a little bit trivial for most people, but we anodize the first stage of the booster, to protect it from a thing called stress corrosion cracking. And just to be extra careful for the crew, we actually double the thickness of that anodization.
Wow, that is fascinating. Tori, thank you so much for joining us here today. Megan, Dee, Mike, back over to you.
And as we check out some pad team members there getting ready to leave the crew access tower, teams inside Mission Control at Johnson Space Center in Houston are also keeping a close eye on launch. Here's NASA's Brandy Dean and Boeing's Jim May.
Thanks so much, Megan. Welcome back to Mission Control Houston at NASA's Johnson Space Center. We are now 44 minutes away from launch and everything continuing to go pretty smoothly. Team here is under leadership again of Flight Director Mike Lammers today. Once Starliner gets off the pad, Jim and I will be with you through the ascent, giving you the play-by-play as Starliner makes its way into orbit and expanding on the calls that you'll hear from Capcom Joshua Kutrick, making to Butch Wilmore and Sonny Williams.
There are a number of major milestones you'll want to keep an eye out for during Starliner's climb to orbit. The first you'll hear from Starliner's crew is roll program coming from Commander Wilmore, indicating that Starliner is rolling into the planned orientation for ascent and orbit ops. Then about 45 seconds into flight, the crew and Starliner will reach what's called max Q, which is the maximum dynamic pressure that they will experience during ascent, and that happens just before they reach Mach 1.
A minute and 35 seconds into flight, the solid rocket boosters that give Starliner its first major push into orbit will have been used up. Starliner will then hold on to them for just a little more than a minute after that, and then jettison the boosters before second stage takes over and gets Starliner the rest of the way to orbit.
Starliner will actually reach orbit about 11 minutes and 58 seconds into flight, at which point the Centaur's main engines will cut off. Starliner and its crew hold on to that stage for a couple of minutes, and then separate from it at around 14 minutes, 58 seconds into flight. From there, Butch and Sonny will be free-flying Starliner on their own.
During ascent, you'll hear Kutrick mentioning a number of abort-related milestones as Starliner moves past them. Starliner can safely abort all the way up to orbit, as you just heard in that interview we saw from Florida. That includes the East Coast, off the coast of Newfoundland, and off the coast of Ireland. Beyond that, it would just be able to safely abort to orbit, and of course, we're hoping not to need any of those options.
And the last major milestone before crew begins what we call orbit ops is the orbital insertion, or OI burn, which will move Starliner into slightly elliptical orbit as opposed to the more slightly suborbital trajectory that it starts off in after separating from the Centaur. From there, Starliner will be on its way to the International Space Station.
And speaking of the space station, let's check in with Rob Navius and the International Space Station Flight Control Team. Rob?
Go ahead.
Thanks, Brandy. Back here in the International Space Station Flight Control Room, flight controllers are keeping tabs on the countdown and monitoring the work on board by the Expedition 71 crew in advance of Starliner's scheduled arrival tomorrow. After docking, NASA astronauts Matt Dominic, Mike Barrett, Jeanette Epps, and Tracy Dyson, along with Station Commander Oleg Kononenko of Roscosmos and fellow cosmonauts Nikolai Chub and Alexander Grabenkin, will be ready to roll out the red carpet as Wilmore and Williams float through the hatch into the Harmony module. Now, the dock timeline is designed to be variable. That means that the number of days Starliner could stay at the station could be adjusted depending on any further launch delays or undocking delays caused by weather conditions at the western U.S. landing sites for Starliner. One of the most important dock days for the Starliner crew will come 2 days prior to their scheduled undocking, when they load the last of the cargo items to be returned to Earth in the vehicle and conduct onboard manual piloting proficiency. That will enable them to stay sharp for their departure from the station and the deorbit and entry events that will follow. We're now 41 minutes, 9 seconds away from liftoff. Today, the operational loops are so far thankfully quiet. And with that, we'll go back to our folks at the Cape.
As we prepare in less than an hour to launch 2 astronauts to space, during this test flight, let's check back in with NASA's Antonia Jaramillo, who's with NASA's Associate Administrator, about the mission.
Thank you, Dee. Joining me is Jim Free, NASA's Associate Administrator. Jim, thank you so much for joining us. Can you discuss a little bit why it's important for the space agency that we have another American spacecraft launching to space from American soil?
Well, I mean, it is truly historic day that we have today. It is the 6th time we've launched a new vehicle to space, and this time with the first female on one of those missions in Sunny, and from the Cape Canaveral Space Force Station, not the Air Force Station any longer. And we're also, now it gives us that chance to get back to ISS with another crew. And the learning that we're doing there about the human body, about technology, about science, of course, science is key to all we do. And then to prepare ourselves for those missions to the moon and then onto Mars.
Absolutely. You know, a lot of firsts, a lot of important things for sure happening on this mission. You know, you talked briefly on this. Can you discuss again why it's important just in general that we have multiple spacecraft available to send humans to space?
We need that access. So right now we have one provider giving us that access to space station. This will give us a second provider, which means if we have a problem with either, we have ways to get our crews to and from station, which helps keep the tempo that we've had for 23 years of having humans in low Earth orbit, but also that opportunity to get the crews back if there's an issue at all, and keep that presence going.
Absolutely. You know, this has already been a very exciting year for the agency with many fascinating missions already taking place. Now with this historic launch about to take off, what else can the public look forward to?
It has been a great year and certainly a lot of learning already for me about the incredible mission that we have at NASA. And the missions that we have remaining this year, I'll just highlight a couple of them. Europa Clipper, which will be an incredible mission for us to watch in its journey and understanding even more about the solar system. NISAR, which will help continue our learning of Earth. And then we have X-59, that first A in NASA, right, the aeronautics, which will go through its first flight this year. We're about to do an engine run-up on that aircraft. And of course, heading towards Artemis 2 next year. The crews in Washington this week planted a moon tree just yesterday with our deputy administrator, and that gets us on our path back to the moon.
Absolutely, and we cannot wait for all of those missions. Jim, thank you so much for joining us here today. Megan D. Mike, back over to you.
Thank you both. And we are now 38 minutes until liftoff of NASA's Boeing crew flight test with Butch Wilmore and Sunny Williams. You can see there inside the Starliner spacecraft, patiently, maybe, awaiting liftoff, right, Mike?
Oh, they're very patient at this point, and so far so good today. It's been a very smooth count, as Rob Navius mentioned earlier.
And so the plan is for Butch and Sunny to be docked. That
Roger.
was a call out saying that the pad team has cleared the pad. Now, the plan is for Butch and Sunny to be docked to the ISS for at least 8 days, and then after, they will return to Earth with a soft touchdown in the American Southwest. That's video and sound from inside Starliner during its return to Earth 2 years ago as part of the Orbital Flight Test 2 mission. Its heat shield will reach 3,000 degrees Fahrenheit during re-entry. Parachutes then deploy, and the heat shield is discarded to expose Starliner's airbags. The original test pilot you see on the bottom center of your screen, Rosie the Rocketeer, collecting data of what astronauts might experience during landing. Starliner is the first and only American orbital crew capsule to land on land. This allows for quicker access to crew and cargo. It also makes turning the spacecraft around for future missions quicker. But Mike, Starliner can also land in water in the case of an emergency.
Absolutely. Starliner has a lot of heritage and commonality with the Orion spacecraft, which lands on water. Starliner is a little bit smaller and a little bit lighter, so it can actually land on land and has those airbags, as we saw. I can't wait to try them out. That's the first thing I'm going to ask Butch and Sunny about. How are the airbags? Because Soyuz is a little bit hard landing, but everybody's fine. But it's really those airbags, I think, are going to make a difference. But landing on water, we have a different airbag configuration, and so we have a fifth airbag that opens up in the middle, and so it's definitely planned that we could land on water, but we save that only for emergencies, because refurbishing the capsule afterwards is going to be kind of tough with all the saltwater contamination. So we'd really like to land on land. We have 5 spots in the southwest of the United States that we can land on.
And I remember Sunny saying that she would much rather land on land because she said she had a lot of anxiety with landing in the water, even after you're back on Earth, because it's such a long rescue process and you're bobbing in the ocean. You know, she said when you land on land, it's done, you're safe.
See, that's the Air Force perspective. That's how we always think of things too. The Navy guys, you know, they should like the water, but no, this is jokes aside. That's exactly it. It's a lot easier to find us and a lot more options if and when we land on land.
All right, so we're coming up on 35 minutes until liftoff.
And here comes a comm check.
Yeah, I want to set the stage now for a series of comm checks.
Go ahead.
Yes, sir. Op 60, step 10, step 20. Blast danger area is clear.
Roger.
So yeah, we expect to hear repeated communication checks with Capcom in Houston and the crew. This is an opportunity for them to also discuss any anomalies or resolutions to those anomalies, but we've been saying no issues, working no issues, the team today, so that's great news. And then these comm checks that we'll hear now, we're going to periodically hear them throughout these final 34 minutes. And again, communication is so important, and we want to make sure that those channels are working properly from the crew to everybody else on the ground that's helping to monitor launch. And where we are now, again, the pad team has cleared the pad.
So it's just Butch, Sunny, a Starliner, and Atlas and Centaur all together.
Right. Yep. The first 2 astronauts to fly in Starliner.
Go ahead.
Yes, sir. I can also give you step 60. Flight hazard area has been cleared of all personnel accounted for.
Roger.
Butch and Sunny, the first 2 astronauts to fly in Starliner. Sunny will be the first woman to test an orbital spacecraft. And the last time people flew to space in an Atlas-class rocket was nearly 61 years ago. CFT is going to be that final test to certify a second commercial spacecraft to ferry astronauts to and from the space station. And this is a cool fact too, actually. Once in orbit, for the first time in NASA history, the agency will have 3 different crew spacecraft orbiting in space simultaneously. So that's, of course, the International Space Station, the SpaceX Crew Dragon, and then Boeing's Starliner spacecraft. What an incredible milestone.
That is an incredible milestone, and NASA's going to break that again, hopefully soon, when we have another spacecraft. We're working here at the Kennedy Space Center to get Artemis and the Orion spacecraft up into space, too. So these are exciting times, and we're building a future where there's even more spacecraft in the future with humans on board going to space. And that's more opportunity for future astronauts.
Yeah, Dee, what do you think about that? Again, Boeing, Boeing Starliner joining as one of the 3 crewed spacecraft that's in orbit.
Yeah, exactly. I echo exactly what Mike said, that this is all about expanding human space flight. So having another vehicle, once this is certified, is going to do exactly that. It's going to get more people into space. Of course, this time to the International Space Station, it's going to increase science. But of course, there's also private missions. So, at the end of the day, it's going to be, it's always great when you can get more people, into space.
Yeah, and we've been asking you to submit your Ask NASA questions from social media, so let's answer some more of those now. We have this one from, love this name, Shaquille Oatmeal on Twitch asking, what's the life of an astronaut like between launches, Mike?
Yes, we spend all of our life, training and wanting to become an astronaut, and then once you're an astronaut, what's it like? And so we do a lot more training. But I'll say that the last time I flew in space, we just had our landing anniversary on June 1st on STS-134, and that was in 2011. That would have been a great day to launch, but we chose not to. That's 13 years ago. So in the last 13 years, what have I been up to? And that's been helping get Dragon and Starliner up into space, helping my friends aboard the the International Space Station as Capcom. I helped Sunny when she was doing spacewalks, and we help each other. It's all part of a big team. And so today it's great to see Butch and Sunny. They've both been waiting a long time to go fly again. Trying to get a third mission or a fourth mission is really, you have to wait and be patient. And Butch and Sunny are going to have they've been working hard on Starliner 2, and that's what we do between missions. We help get ready for the next missions and help our friends be ready and support them while they're in space.
Yeah, and the commercial crew program is so important because in working with our commercial partners, it really allows NASA to pursue other things, like, again, returning to the moon. Our eyes are set on Mars with the Artemis program.
Indeed, and I'll just say I've enjoyed working both with SpaceX and really with Boeing. I mean, when we saw our teammates on the montage earlier, it just it made me tear up a little bit, and I'm not afraid to say that because there's a lot of respect with the team.
And let's take another question now. This one is from World Citizen on YouTube asking, does the crew on the space station watch the launch?
So right now it's the middle of
L minus 30 minutes.
30 minutes to go.
RC, conduct weather briefing on Channel 8 Weather Conference Net.
Roger.
Arm controls, start arm hydraulic final preps.
Roger.
LOX 1, perform pogo suppressor charge.
Roger.
Prop 1, perform RD-180 transducer converter calibration.
Roger.
P&E 2, perform Centaur LH2 SVV cycle test.
Roger.
That's all the communications between the launch team, basically all the steps that's needed to get us to T0.
Yes, less than 30 minutes left. So aboard the International Space Station, if the crew gets a minute, I do believe that they're beaming up this launch broadcast. So hi to my friends aboard the International Space Station that they're going to watch the launch. They're very invested in this. They've been waiting for weeks, months for the Starliner to arrive, and we're good friends with the crew on board, so it's going to be very cordial. But yes, I remember watching
minus 29 minutes.
the shuttle's launch. And then when my friends landed on either the shuttle or on the Soyuz, we would try to watch the landing coverage too. So certainly we were always watching NASA TV.
And we did get a chance to talk to NASA astronauts Tracy Dyson and Jeanette Epps prior to launch.
Prop 1, LC.
Prop 1, go.
Are we complete?
Yes, RD-180 transducer converter calibration is complete, and the engine FIV is open.
Roger. Flight control, start flight control final prep.
Roger. LC, P&E 2.
Go ahead.
Centaur LH2 SVV cycle tests are complete.
Roger.
Again, Tracy Dyson, Jeanette Epps, two of the astronauts that are on the International Space Station already. We did get a chance to talk to them prior to launch.
Update complete.
And they
Roger.
said they are ready for Butch and Sunny to arrive. They've gotten their areas all set up for them, so they're really excited to welcome them just about 26 hours after liftoff today. Again, 27 minutes, 53 seconds and counting until liftoff of Butch and Sunny, the first two to fly Boeing's Starliner capsule to the International Space Station. Let's go over now to Brandy and Jim inside Mission Control in Houston.
Thanks, Megan. Lead crew flight test flight director Mike Lammers is getting ready to poll the flight control team here in Houston for a go or no-go, verifying that all of Starliner systems are ready for launch. Everything is looking good at the moment, and Lammers will use this poll to determine his own response to the final go, no-go poll by the launch conductor just before liftoff.
Once we do get into the terminal countdown time frame, there are a few major activities that the team will oversee. The first is Starliner's transition from ground power to battery power. That comes about 18 minutes before launch, and we leave it as late as possible so we can launch with those batteries as...
Go ahead.
Arm hydraulic final preps are complete.
Roger.
L minus 27 minutes.
We leave that power transition as late as possible so we can launch with the batteries as close to full charge as possible. A few minutes later, with less than 10 minutes to go before liftoff, Starliner's ordnance will be armed. That activates the critical systems that are needed to detach all the things that Starliner would ultimately deploy or jettison as it climbs to orbit, or back for a landing if that became necessary. And then finally, just 1 minute and 15 seconds before launch, they'll work with the crew to activate the launch abort system, which would rocket the crew to safety in the case of an abort or on the pad early in the ascent.
This lastly likely be the last you hear from us until liftoff. So we are going to send you back to the team in Florida to let Megan, Dee, and Mike see us through the rest of the countdown. Go Starliner.
Now let's take a closer look at Starliner, the next generation crew capsule that you see atop the Atlas V rocket there on Launch Pad 41 on Cape Canaveral Space Force Station. Mike, Starliner is something, like you said, and Butch and Sunny, you guys really have your fingerprints all over that to make it the ride to space that you guys wanted.
Indeed, Starliner is definitely Ferguson even called it a astronaut or a pilot spacecraft.
And so that next generation crew capsule, it measures 16.5 feet tall with a diameter of 15 feet. That's about the size of a mid-size SUV. It was designed to carry up to 7 astronauts or a mix of crew and cargo for missions to the International Space Station. After today's test flight, NASA will fly crews of 4 or 5 with cargo. Starliner is also reusable up to 10 times. I'm sure you're excited for your opportunity to fly in Starliner, Mike.
Oh, indeed. We're hopefully Butch and Sunny, along with Calypso, are going to pave the way. We'll be in the other spacecraft that Boeing has. We have 2 capsules, and so again, it's always good to have an extra one and a backup one, and we're looking forward to flying next year.
Let's head back over to Johnson now, where we have Rob Navius with an update for us. Rob.
As we mentioned earlier, in the midst of Starliner arrival preparations on the station, NASA astronauts Matt Dominic, Tracy Dyson, Jeanette Epps, and Mike Barrett are preparing spacesuits to be used for a trio of spacewalks scheduled to begin on June 13th. Other maintenance work is also planned for today by the expedition crew as they gear up for the docking of Starliner tomorrow to the forward port of the Harmony module. Once Starliner docks, it will be the 6th visiting vehicle at the International Space Station, a crowded house 260 miles above the Earth. We're standing by here in Mission Control for the Atlas V to take flight and for a new chapter in human spaceflight history to begin just 23 minutes from now. With that, we'll head back now to the Kennedy Space Center.
23 minutes, 9 seconds and counting until liftoff. So let's check back in with ULA's Dylan Rice and Boeing's Lauren Brennicke with the latest.
Minus 23 minutes.
Hey, Megan. Thanks for coming back to us here in the
SYS,
ASOC. We've
switch
been
all
monitoring.
secondary decoms to RF link and verify lock.
Roger.
Initiate orbital parameter calculations on primary CCLS.
Roger.
Monitoring those procedures here, and we're coming up on about L minus 22 minutes to launch, and around this time during the last launch attempt, our team worked through what you may have seen a suit pressurization issue. They worked very quickly around this time in the countdown to make sure that everything was going smoothly with this. But when we switched to internal power at L minus 18 minutes, that triggered a small voltage trip, and flight software correctly identified it and turned off the fans. So we quickly turned them back on, just like you would do with your computer, off and on. And today we're going to turn the fan off when we move over to internal power so it doesn't trip again. Then we will turn it back on after. The real difference is that crew will lower their visors about 5 minutes later this time. That action would usually be taken around now or a minute or so from now, and we will listen for that in just a few minutes. The Capcom will tell the crew to put their visors down at that time, and that is a configuration that is needed for proper airflow through their suit. In an emergency, they could pressurize their suits.
Go ahead.
Pogo suppressor charge is complete.
Roger.
LCSYS.
Go ahead.
All secondary. Secondary.
Yeah, you're breaking up, SYS.
All secondary decoms are verified on our link.
I did copy that. Please check your headset.
All right, as I was saying, that in an emergency, they would be able to pressurize their
21
suits
minutes.
quickly if needed. And it's a little different for them this time because, as we mentioned during this broadcast, their helmet is really more of a visor. It lays back like a hoodie on their shirt, and they pull it forward and then just zip it up. And this config also calls for them to deflate their lumbar support and secure their restraints from launch. So once we get to that point, it's really buckle up. It's almost go time. And then the crews will report back when finished. And then while we're talking around L-19, we're also going to be looking for the Starliner readiness poll for terminal count. That will happen on a side channel. So I'll be listening for that, and I'll let you know when we hear it. We do have a few polls coming up. That one is short. It will take place in the Boeing Mission Control Center, or BMCC, here in Florida. That is where the spacecraft launch conductor, Brian Gartner, will pull people in that room in charge of the propulsion system. Yeah, you see the room there on your screen.
Oh, minus 20 minutes.
PNE-1, reinitiate AHB charging.
Roger.
RLM, verify redline monitor and event table are in the correct configuration for terminal count.
The lumbar support.
Verify.
RC, verify solar radiation, acceptable for launch.
Verified.
Right, you might have heard, kind of came in faintly.
Starliner copies.
They asked them to go ahead and deflate their lumbar support. Wasn't sure if you're going to hear a little bit more about that. But again, there will be 3 calls coming up on this Starliner readiness poll for terminal count. They will pull the mission support room manager, or MSR. After launch, the BMCC turns into mission support as things shift over to Houston. They will also pull the spacecraft test conductor, who monitors our power systems.
Switch to channel 1. All personnel and visitors remain in present position until launch. Maintain operational silence in the LCC.
This is the LC with a terminal count briefing. If a condition exceeds a launch constraint anytime after the terminal count status check, the observer shall announce hold on channel 1, identify their station, and briefly state the reason for the hold.
So, Lauren, as we were mentioning earlier, there's been traffic on multiple side nets, and that announcement that you just heard is Chief Launch Conductor Doug Lebo now bringing the team out from the individual subsystem nets, bringing everybody to the command channel, channel 1, for the final minutes of the countdown here. So we're gonna start to hear more traffic on the command channel as we start to do our final configuration steps for launch. So we're going to hear a couple of things. We're going to hear
minus 18 minutes.
Flight control, perform launch on time verification.
Roger.
We're going to hear some final avionics checks like that last call. We're going to hear hold fire switch verification. The range hold fire system allows representatives from Space Launch Delta 45 a hold button in the up the road at the Morrell Operations Center. So if there's an issue, a range safety issue that comes up, they can press a button and automatically stop our sequencer. So that's called a hold fire check. Those hold fire switches will be configured shortly, and we'll also start to hear calls about wrapping up our helium bottle charging on both the first and second stage.
And Dylan, as you mentioned, with the traffic on the loops increasing a little bit, you at home may notice that we are speaking less. And so we are going to be listening to some of these things
on time verified.
As they happen live with
Roger.
you. And we feel it's important for you to be able to...
Go ahead.
AHB charging reestablished and at flight mass.
Roger.
minus 17 minutes.
OSM, place SRB ignition SNA switch in the enable position.
SRB ignition enabled.
Verify FCO, RCO, and OSM hold fire switches are in their proceed position.
Ready to proceed.
All right, we're going to send it over to NASA's Daryl Nail at Hangar AE. Daryl.
All right, thank you very much. And getting a final look at the weather, I can tell you this, it's a beautiful day to fly. Outside, our launch weather officer told us that there's no change in the forecast. We are 90% go, and what a beautiful shot of our beaches here from the courtesy of our chopper team here at the Kennedy Space Center. Folks coming out to enjoy the launch and an amazing day. Weather, no changes again. Low-topped cumulus clouds on
minus
land,
16
which you
minutes.
see some of it there, but because they're low-topped, that's not a concern. When a rocket flies through a big, thick cumulus cloud, it can trigger a lightning strike, but those clouds are not the kind that can do that, according to Launch Weather Officer Melody Lovin. And so we're good to go there. We also have a launch visibility is always a factor here in the southeast. Can you see the rocket and from where? And our friends at United Launch Alliance provided us with this graphic so you can see about which point in the launch you would see the rocket. If you're within the first two inner circles, you should be able to see the solid rocket boosters jettison a minute after launch. Folks in the Orlando and Central Florida area will be able to see it about 90 seconds of flight. And then it will come into view for much of the rest of the state after more than about 2 minutes, including Tampa on the west coast of Florida. The southeast corner of Georgia might be able to see the Atlas Centaur separation, which happens after 3 minutes of flight. Again, we're looking good here at the ASOC. Richard Jones polled his team, the NASA operations manager.
15 minutes.
And all of them are go.
LC flight, channel 1 and air to ground 1 are now merged, going to air to ground 1.
Roger.
We'll send it back to the host desk.
LC flight, air to ground 1, ready for contact with Starliner on channel 1.
Roger. Starliner, LC, com check on channel 1.
Those are comm checks again
LC,
between different
Starliner,
teams.
loud and clear.
I have you loud and clear also.
And our astronauts, who you see there. Again, this is the test
Starliner,
flight.
Houston, com check, air to ground 1.
Houston, Starliner, loud and clear.
Houston has you loud and clear on air to ground 1.
Test flight, and Boeing is working towards certification. To do that, there are a total of 87 flight test objectives and many more operational capability checkouts. So take a look at some of the main objectives with the crew on board. I'll go through a couple of them here. So they will demonstrate the performance of crew-related equipment. The crew will perform hatch operations and transfer emergency equipment. They will also evaluate the vehicle and transfer cargo while in a docked configuration. They'll conform functionality of manual piloting and deorbit with a successful separation of the crew module from the service module. And finally, they will demonstrate Starliner's entry and descent. 13 minutes and 24 seconds from only the 6th time NASA astronauts will launch on a new spacecraft designed for crew. And if you're curious about the previous 5 flights, we have you covered. Check out our video here. Mercury Redstone 3 was the first test flight. Alan Shepard, May 5th, 1961.
Gemini 3 with astronauts Gus Grissom and John Young launched March 23rd, 1965.
Apollo 7, October 11th, 1968, with Wally Schirra, Don Isley, and Walt Cunningham.
STS-1 launched with astronauts John Young and Robert Crippen, and it launched April 12th, 1981.
Starliner, Houston, your suit fan Bravo is repowered. It looks good. Please close your visors. Column closed.
We saw video there of Demo 2, May 2020, Doug Hurley, Bob Benkin.
And then, of course, today's NASA's and Boeing's crew flight test with Butch Wilmore, and Sonny Williams.
You know, Mike, 12 minutes and 15 seconds to go. How are you feeling?
I am excited. I'm grateful to ULA and Boeing and NASA team that we are sharing this historic moment together. Go Starliner.
Yeah, our hearts and well wishes are with Butch and Sonny as they make history testing what is poised to be the second commercial crew vehicle that is certified to ferry people to and from the International Space Station. So with 11 minutes and 46 seconds to go, let's send it back over to ULA's Dylan Rice and Boeing's Lauren Brennicke to walk us through the final moments of today's launch countdown. Let's do it, guys.
Let's do it, Megan. We just heard the Starliner readiness poll is a go. We know the crew's visors are down now, so we are moving along smoothly into the final 11 minutes and 30 seconds of this countdown. This is an instantaneous launch window today, which means that we will launch when the orbital path for the ISS aligns with the Space Coast. Once we get into orbit, Starliner will be working to catch up with the space station, eventually reaching speeds of more than 17,500 miles per hour. It'll take about 25 hours or so to get there. And we are going to be watching here any minute.
Minus 11 minutes.
For the crew access
arm.
arm.
Control, so the crew access arm for launch.
Roger.
Right on cue. Crew access arm about to start moving away from the spacecraft. And Dylan, we will watch it move very slowly today, but it could move much faster if needed.
That's right, Lauren. It takes about 2 minutes to rotate the 120 degrees back away from Starliner to its stowed position and latched position on the crew access tower. Here we go. But we could, in the event of an emergency, redeploy it in less than 15 seconds.
It's amazing that it can do that. We hope to not have to ever see that happen. After liftoff today, Brandy and Jim will continue commentary from Houston through ascent, spacecraft separation, and the orbital insertion burn. We will have the shot of Butch and Sunny inside Starliner until the moment of launch, and then we will get it again when we get to the ISS.
minus 10 minutes.
Flight, verify CST 100 on internal power.
Verified.
Starliner, configure ordnance for launch.
Touch and win.
All right, the spacecraft is running completely on its own now. And they are configuring ordnance for launch. That means the devices that initiate our separation events are ready to support both nominal and contingency operations that happen or could happen during ascent.
So Lauren, we're just about 2.5 minutes now away from our terminal count status check. The terminal count status check is the final report from each operator indicating that their system, whether it be a ground control system or a launch vehicle system, is ready to execute the final 4 minutes of the countdown to launching the rocket. At this point, if there were an issue, the anomaly team would be discussing it, but nothing like that has happened right now. All's quiet. I am expecting to hear all members of the team report go when pulled by Chief Launch Conductor Doug Lebo.
And we're actually hearing on a side channel that they are preparing for the launch vehicle systems poll. This is the long one. A lot of people view this as their favorite poll. It's kind of fun to listen to them list off each system, and then that team will give a final go or no go for launch. And we will be able to watch cameras on the rocket today, and live telemetry feeding back will provide a real-time look at the spacecraft model when video isn't possible during the ascent as it moves through the dynamic phases.
minus 8 minutes.
Under 8 minutes before Butch and Sunny head back to a place they consider home. Both of them have spent 2 different stints of about 6 months on the International Space Station, and they are thrilled to be going back for a 3rd time. Sunny told me she even cried the last time she left the space station because she didn't know if she would ever go back. So this flight is a dream for her.
LC arm control.
Go ahead.
Crew access arms stowed for launch.
Roger. LC switch to ready position. All steps are complete prior to status check.
Let's listen in to Chief Launch Conductor Doug Lebo conduct that final terminal count status check as we prepare for launch.
minus 7 minutes.
Status check to proceed with terminal count. Atlas systems, propulsion.
Go.
Hydraulics.
Go.
Pneumatics.
Go.
LO2.
Go.
Water.
Go.
Centaur systems, propulsion.
Go.
Pneumatics.
Go.
LO2.
Go.
LH2.
Go.
Has gas.
Go.
Electrical systems, airborne.
Go.
Ground.
Go.
Facility.
Go.
RFFTS.
Go.
Flight control.
Go.
GC
Go.
Op support.
Go.
COM.
Go.
Umbilicals.
Go.
Arm control.
Go.
ECS.
Go.
Redline monitor.
Go.
Quality.
Go.
Op safety manager.
Go.
ULA safety officer.
Go.
Vehicle system engineer.
Go.
Anomaly chief.
Go.
Range coordinator.
Clear to proceed.
Flight director.
Houston flight is go.
Starliner.
Starliner, go.
Launch director.
You have permission to launch.
Proceeding with the count. ALC, verify T0 is set for 14:52:15 Zulu.
Verified.
Starliner, net is clear.
Thank you, LC. For everybody listening, just a thought. Sonny and I, as we were traveling to the pad, we saw many American flags, and many of you were waving flags at us. And then as we reached the pad, we look up, and of course there's that American flag on the side of the white room, also one on the side of the rocket itself. And we know that that represents unity and resilience and unified efforts for the common good. And that's what Sonny and I have witnessed this last month. Each of you displaying what this nation's forefathers envisioned, a people committed to God, family, and country, a people who use their gifts and talents for the common good, and are passionate and tough. And we all know that when the going gets tough, and it often does, the tough get going. And you have. And Sonny and I are honored to share this dream of spaceflight with each and every one of you. So with that, LC, let's get going. Now let's put some fire in this rocket, and let's push it to the heavens where all these tough Americans have prepared it to be.
Let's go, Calypso. Take us to space and back.
LC flight, Starliner configured for terminal count.
On my mark, the time will be T-minus 4 minutes and counting. 3, 2, 1, mark.
Clocks have
3:55.
resumed for on-time liftoff.
Just beautiful words from Butch there. No better example of unity on this planet than what happens at the International Space Station, where Butch and Sonny are headed in just 3 minutes and 30 seconds.
3:30.
Atlas hydraulics at flight press.
Atlas boosters hydraulic steering systems now pressurized for launch.
Starliner's LAS prop valves are configured for launch, the propulsion valves that need to be open in the case of an abort from the pad.
3 minutes.
Pressurizing Atlas tanks. Securing LO2 topping.
250. FTS internal.
Flight software is in ascent mode. It is now set for the uphill climb.
$159. Vehicle internal. 155. Launch sequencer start. 150.
Securing Centaur LH2.
Securing Centaur LO2.
Vehicle is now transferred to its onboard batteries, and topping is
140.
completed.
Launch enabled. 137. FTS armed. 120. OCU's arms. SCS count started. EDS ascent.
Starliner, last arm to auto. Last arm auto.
Roger.
That call meaning if the emergency detection system on Atlas detects something.
Rock report range status.
Range green. 54. POP started.
It will trigger the launch abort system on Starliner and fire automatically. If that happened, the spacecraft would push itself away from the rocket a mile up and a mile out.
Atlas at flight press.
Centaur at flight press. 25.
Status check. Go Atlas. Go Centaur.
Go Starliner. Godspeed, Butch and Sonny.
Ten, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Ignition. And liftoff of Starliner and Atlas V, carrying 2 American heroes, drawing a line to the stars for all of us.
Commander Butch Wilmer there, calling down to Mission Control here in Houston that the spacecraft has begun rolling into the right attitude for its ascent, and the Guidance Navigation and Control Officer here in the room seeing good data on that.
Starliner passing through max Q, or the point of maximum dynamic pressure where the forces of air friction are highest, which in Sunny will shortly be passing through Mach 1, where the speed of sound.
You got a good throttle up.
Starliner and Atlas looking good with speeds and attitude increasing as expected. Coming up in less than 20 seconds, the solid rocket boosters will run out of fuel and burn out.
Good SRB burnout. Good SRB.
Now that the fuel in the solid rocket boosters has been depleted, the Atlas main booster stage will be continuing its burn for about the next 3 minutes.
Good handle. Good handle.
That call, good handle, from Capcom Joshua Kutrick, indicating that the crew now has the ability to initiate an abort manually if needed. All looking good so far. Now 2 minutes into Starliner's flight and coming up on the solid rocket booster jettison at the 2 minute and 40-second mark.
CLG and net, good trajectory. CLG.
The solid rocket boosters have now been jettisoned after seeing Starliner through its first 90 seconds of flight. Team on the ground here confirming that it was a good jettison and that the vehicle's trajectory continues to look good. Now 3 minutes into today's flight.
Atlas booster now throttling back to limit the G-forces on Butch and Sunny, trying to limit that to around 3.5 times the force of gravity you would feel while on the ground.
Staging.
Here in the ground.
Decals open. You have sublimator act.
Decal sub act. Decal. Great act.
Team on the ground reporting that they saw the ascent cover on top of Starliner that's been protecting the spacecraft's docking system through its climb into orbit. They saw that jettison as planned.
Staging was good. You have good control.
And now the second stage's 2 Centaur engines have ignited to continue pushing Starliner into space, fueled by liquid hydrogen and liquid oxygen. The next milestone that we'll be watching for is the aeroskirt jettison.
Starliner, you had good booster performance. You're up to plus 31.
Plus 31.
Atlas Control reporting booster performance offset of 31 seconds of ISP, or specific impulse, relative to its design baseline of around 450.
All continuing to perform well, almost 7 minutes into today's flight.
Good Centaur.
Good Centaur.
Capcom Joshua Kutrick continuing to pass good news up to Starliner's crew. That last one reporting that the Centaur upper stage remains in good condition and is performing well, pushing them into orbit.
St. John's open.
St. John's.
Starliner is now entering its first guided abort range, where Starliner would direct itself towards a specific location in the event of abort. In this case, just off the coast of St. John's, the capital of the Canadian province of Newfoundland, Labrador.
Starliner Miko converged 11:5 to 11:52. Good perf, you're at 34 to 36 seconds.
11:52, 34 seconds.
That call letting the crew know that the main engine cutoff, MECO, should happen just about on time, about 12 minutes into today's flight. Another good indication that Starliner's ascent is taking along exactly as expected. Main engine cutoff is a major milestone marking Starliner's arrival on orbit. Still got about 2.5 minutes until we get to that, with the spacecraft continuing to perform well, make its way towards orbit.
No action, Starliner, on the LCL. That's just the system coming up into controlling mode.
Outstanding. No action.
Once the main engine is cut off, the next step will be the launch vehicle separation. That's set to occur just short of 15 minutes after launch, when Starliner will separate from the rocket and fly free in space for the first time. Flight Dynamics officer reporting that at this point, Starliner could potentially make an abort landing off the coast of Ireland.
Good cooling.
And they're, again, all continuing well, so we're not expecting to need that abort.
As Starliner is rapidly approaching orbital velocity, the support region is only available for just over 1 minute, where Starliner would just continue up to orbit after that.
Seconds to MECO.
Just 30 seconds to go. Now until main engine cutoff, marking Starliner's arrival on orbit.
Nominal MECO, Starliner.
Nominal MECO.
And with that nominal MECO call, that's main engine cutoff. We've got good energy, meaning a good velocity for continuing to orbit, and a good plane, meaning Starliner's trajectory is aligned with the International Space Station for rendezvous tomorrow.
And with that, Butch Wilmore and Sunny Williams return to orbit. Individually, they are both extremely experienced astronauts.
14:5 to 14:52.
14:52.
They're both very experienced astronauts with a combined total of 489 days in space between them. Starliner is also the third spacecraft that they've launched in. Both have traveled to the International Space Station via space shuttles and Soyuz and are now well on their way to repeating the journey via Starliner. It's also worth noting that Williams' role as pilot marks the first time that a woman has crewed a flight test of an orbital spacecraft.
Just a few seconds ago, you heard Capcom Joshua Kutrich calling up to Butch and Sunny. With the expected time, Starliner will separate from Centaur at about 14 minutes, 52 seconds into flight, just under 2 minutes from now, or 1 minute from now.
That is actually the last major milestone for Starliner's ascent. All the hard work is done, but we need for Starliner to be flying on its own before it can begin heading towards the International Space Station. There's a slight pause in the action here while Centaur repressurizes and does some attitude control. We'll get into the right orientation to send Centaur on its way and then jettison it and move into the right orientation for the orbital insertion burn, which will come about 31 minutes into flight.
No action on the cabin temp Starliner.
No action.
And about 10 seconds until an expected launch vehicle separation.
LV SEP confirmed.
Good LV SEP.
And now that Starliner has separated from this Centaur upper stage, we have a big thank you to our partners at ULA, providing Butch and Sunny a smooth ride to space.
That is not the end of today's orbit activity, though. The team will now be getting ready for the orbital insertion burn, which comes 31 minutes after flight. So that's still about 15 minutes away now. Sunny Williams and Butch Wilmore will be getting their tablets out and doing a few other activities to get Starliner ready for that. And that will be one of the that will be the first in a series of burns that will set Starliner on its way to the International Space Station. Once again, Starliner with astronauts Butch Wilmore and Sunny Williams on board launched from Florida, the Cape Canaveral Space Force Station, Launch Pad 41 at 9:52 a.m. Central, 10:52 a.m. Eastern today, and they have now made it into orbit.
Your nominal TDRS show MDL is active. You have good targeting for OI.
Good targeting.
With the call for good targeting and information about Starliner's TDRS schedule being good, means that we've got good communication with the ground. TDRS is the tracking and relay data satellites that Starliner uses to talk to the ground. And the flight controllers on the ground are seeing the
Starliner.
Dynamic.
Go ahead.
Yeah, if you could relay a message to our brethren at ULA.
We're all listening. Go ahead.
Yeah, they've been a member of the family for a long time, but now it's official, and we want to welcome them to human spaceflight.
We all copy all and really appreciate the words.
And Houston Starliner, we are on the tablets and in insertion monitor.
Copy tablets, we're with you, insertion monitor.
So the crew have their tablets out, so no longer using the paper procedures now that the vehicle has stopped moving so quickly. So there's a handful of things that the crew's going to do now, mostly just prepare the inside of the cockpit, so they are looking at the right data to prepare for the upcoming orbital insertion burn. The vehicle itself has done a few things recently. Started to power on the solar arrays on the back of Starliner and turning off several of the thrusters that are no longer needed at this phase of flight. Upcoming in about 4 minutes, Starliner is going to start to orient itself in the direction it needs to do the orbital insertion burn. And the crew inside the vehicle will be turning the wireless access point on and allow them to stream some of the data from the spacecraft onto their procedure tablets.
And Houston Starliner, last arm is off. Backup control switches, enable 1 on, enable 2 off. SM RCS is the mode.
We copy off. Enable 1 is on, enable 2 is off. SM RCS, you're in a good config.
Good config.
Your EXDV targets are on board and good.
Good EXDV.
Things will be pretty quiet as Starliner gets into position for the orbital insertion burn. That's still about 10 minutes away. Starliner is actually designed to be pretty autonomous and, in fact, docked with the space station on its last trip around without the help of any crew on board. But we do still want to know that if needed, Butch Wilmore and Sonny Williams could take control and manually abort the spacecraft's approach to the station if they needed to. So to prove that, one of the few things on their agenda after they reach orbit will be to perform a test of the manual piloting mode.
This test will involve first pointing Starliner's nose towards the Earth so that its communication antenna on the back of the service module is pointed at the satellites, the teeter satellites that allow it to communicate with the team on the ground. They'll then move Starliner so that its solar arrays are pointed at the sun, showing they could charge Starliner's internal batteries as needed. And they'll follow that up with a demonstration of the star trackers, one of the ways that Starliner determines where it is in space, pointing Starliner away from Earth so that the system, the Vesta system, can get a good look at the stars.
The next step will be for the crew to manually speed Starliner up and then slow back down, which will slightly raise and then lower their orbit and prove that they can manually break away from the orbit that the space station is in if they needed to. At that point, they can move on to the last items of the
still no
test.
action on your cabin temp. You're in a good config. It's 74 degrees in there. Yeah, and that's just due to the T2 sensor sitting beside the light. So we're actually going to inhibit that particular sensor. We'll let you know when we bring it back online.
Okay, great. Looks like we're on our way to thrust align.
Denver.
Josh Gutrick calling up that the crew can ignore some alarms they're seeing on the temperatures inside Starliner. That's just a result of one of the sensors being next to a light that's causing it to show higher than it actually is. But it sounds like the crew are pretty comfortable and are getting into place for that orbital insertion. As I was saying, after they have manually broken away from the orbit of, or proven that they can manually break away from the orbit of the space station, they are going to move on to the last items of their test for tonight. That's manually moving Starliner into the right orientation for re-entering the atmosphere, and then moving back into the attitude that will let them soak up some sun with the solar arrays and try a different method of manually charging the spacecraft's batteries. But again, once that all has to wait until after the orbital insertion burn. This is, again, the first of several burns that will put Starliner on its way to the International Space Station. We've still got about 6.5 minutes until we fire up the engines for that burn.
Starliner, we did not see the hand controller deflection. Just wanted to know if you did that yet.
No, we'll get it now.
All good.
USO establish barricades around MLP and an area beneath the MLP and perform O2 LEL checks at Compass 41 areas. Roger. ECS LC.
Team here on the ground seeing that everything is looking like it's in the right configuration for the orbital insertion burn. Now less than 5 minutes away. Starliner is currently about 102 miles above the Mediterranean Sea, heading southeast over India in the next few minutes.
Starliner, good config for the OI burn.
Good config for OI.
And good config from the OI burn. Crew and ground controllers noting that Starliner is pointed in the direction it needs to for the OI burn. It should also be about the time that the crew are using their tablets for their procedures, also charging them, keeping them topped up for the rest of the rendezvous.
We unfortunately won't have a view of Williams and Wilmore as they work through this procedure. Although we had a view of them from inside the cabin on the ground, Starliner isn't able to send that view to us again until it gets to the International Space Station. So you'll be seeing this screen quite a bit as Starliner was getting into the right position for the burn. And actually just now you can see some of the engines firing that help it steer and move around in space. And you can also see what attitude it's in at any given time. Lots of good information on this screen.
It is. A lot of this information actually directly mimics the views that the crew is seeing, especially the one in the upper left-hand panel. That is an exact copy of the display the crew is using for their attitude directional indicator. It also covers what mode their translational hand controller and the translational pointing is in. On the left side, on the right side, the pointing guidance, which tells the Starliner in automated mode which direction to point, or when in manual mode, which direction the crew needs to move the vehicle, like we're going to do in some of the manual piloting maneuvers. And following back up a little bit on the camera conversation, there is a planned upgrade of the Mustang system that we should see on our PCM-1 mission that will include live feeds from inside the cockpit.
And the Mustang system is the cameras that we were seeing views from earlier.
That's correct. There's a handful of cameras around the inside of Starliner. We often see the one from kind of beneath Butch and Sunny. That's given one of the better views without being directly right in their face while they're inside the cockpit during pre-launch. But once they're in orbit, they've gotten out of their seats a little bit, and we should be able to see a little bit more around the cabin.
We'll, though, as you've already heard, continue to hear regular audio updates from the crew. Everything going well now that Starliner is just under 30 minutes into today's flight. We've got about a minute and a half left to go into that orbital insertion burn that will be kind of the final end cap, really, to today's ascent, which, again, took place at 10:52 a.m. Eastern when Butch Wilmore and Sunny Williams launched inside the first Starliner to carry crew members on board from the Cape Canaveral Space Force Station, Launch Pad 41. They made it to orbit about 14 minutes later, and now we are just again waiting for this first of a series of burns that will set Starliner on its way to a rendezvous with the International Space Station that is scheduled to take place at 12:15 p.m. Eastern, 11:15 a.m. Central tomorrow.
And we're coming up at about 40 seconds till the orbital insertion burn. This burn is going to take Starliner out of its slightly suborbital trajectory and push it up to an altitude that will allow us to catch up with ISS for a rendezvous later tomorrow.
"15 seconds left to go, and once again, you'll be able to see those engines firing on this digital screen here that show when the burn has started.
2 seconds. And flight controllers here in Houston, seeing 4 good OMACs, good burn.
We took a look. That was a good OI burn. You're maneuvering to NavCal 1.
Good eye burn, going to NavCal 1.
And with that call up, both crew and flight controllers agreeing that that was a good OI burn. I'm looking at the trajectory plot here in Mission Control. I see our trajectory pointing us directly up to the altitude we need to go to for the next burn. Right now, Starliner is moving into NavCal mode, or NavCal attitude. That's going to be the first of several positions that Starliner, directions that Starliner points itself to track some of the stars from the Starliner and update the position inside of the position orientation of Starliner inside of its guidance, navigation, and control algorithms.
And of course, you're seeing lots of happy faces and cheers here in Florida. Everybody glad to see Starliner safely in orbit with Butch Wilmore and Sunny Williams in tow, sending it on its way to the International Space Station for docking tomorrow at 12:15 p.m. Eastern Time. Once again, Starliner safely on orbit, has conducted a good orbital insertion burn, and is on its way.
Starliner, Houston.
Go ahead, Starliner, Houston.
Yeah, you do have good cooling. The sublimator is working. We are watching it, though, because the water usage is just a little more than we thought we were going to see. You probably noticed that. It's a reason for the advisory there. From the ground, we'd like to swap you over to the other leg. So we're going to close sublimator leg 1, wait for about 60 seconds, and then open up leg 2. You'll see us do that. No impact or action.
Okay, we copy. We'll be watching. Thank you.
Joshua Kutrick there again, giving the crew some words about information they're seeing on orbit. This one related to sublimators, which are used to cool the spacecraft down. But just letting them know that there's nothing that they need to be concerned about. The team will keep watching that. In the meantime, as Starliner begins making its way to the International Space Station, we're going to check in with Rob Navius in the International Space Station Flight Control Room. Rob?
Yeah, thanks very much, Brandy. With Starliner en route to the station, the work now just beginning for Wilmore and Williams. First up, an important rendezvous burn called the NC burn, which will adjust Starliner's altitude relative to the station and begin to refine its path to the orbital laboratory. Flight Dynamics will be assessing the accuracy of Starliner's initial trajectory and will update any adjustments to that trajectory for subsequent maneuvers to be conducted over the next 24 hours. Now, we're expecting to hear the first of 3 audio reports from the crew during their free flight on how the ride uphill to orbit was before they move into what are called far-field demonstrations of the vehicle. That will include manual piloting tasks and a manual translation control test. That will prove Starliner's ability to execute a manual docking if required, as well as an abort capability prior to docking. Keep in mind, we're providing continuous coverage now of Starliner's flight to the International Space Station. On Thursday morning, rendezvous operations will begin in earnest shortly before 10 a.m. Eastern Time, leading to a targeted docking for Starliner to the station at 12:15 p.m. Eastern Time. So please stay with us around the clock as we bring you every minute of Starliner's flight. For now, we're going to sign off from the International Space Station Flight Control Room here in Houston and go back to Megan, Dee, and Mike Fink at the Cape.
Hey, and welcome back to the Space Coast of Florida, where about 36 minutes ago we witnessed the launch of a United Launch Alliance Atlas V rocket carrying the first 2 astronauts, NASA's Butch Wilmore and Sunny Williams, inside Boeing's Starliner capsule to the International Space Station. The first time ever, Starliner now in the right orbit to rendezvous with the space station in just over 25 hours. How are you guys feeling? How was it to watch launch? Again, just right over the water behind us here.
I mean, this is extremely exciting, obviously a long time coming and a culmination of so much hard work by so many teams. But of course, we're going to be even happier when we see Starliner dock, and even happier when the hatch opens and we watch Sunny and Butch float into the International Space Station.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah, well said, Dee. I mean, this is exciting. We've built up to this moment for years and years, and it finally happened. I got to see a Starliner launch with my friends on board. How cool is that? And I could feel like the whole planet was cheering for them.
Yeah, it was really nice to see it happen. There were a lot of emotions here at the host desk among the 3 of us, as well as the crew that's supporting us here on the host desk. And it's just a history-making launch. Sunny, again, the first woman to test an orbital spacecraft. That's amazing. And then again, the last time people flew to space in an Atlas-class rocket, 61 years ago. CFT, this final test to certify Starliner. And then once in orbit, the first time in NASA history that the agency will have 3 different crew spacecraft operating in space simultaneously. So that's the International Space Station, SpaceX's Crew Dragon, and again, once Boeing Starliner spacecraft gets there, Boeing Starliner spacecraft. So really just like a lot to celebrate. It's amazing. You know, Mike, I know you've been part of Starliner's journey from the very beginning, working alongside Butch and Sunny and all the teams across Boeing, NASA, ULA. So talk to us. How does it feel to see this rocket from your perspective?
I was so impressed all the way through the launch countdown and all the way through orbital insertion burn. Everything was just like the final simulation exercise they give us back at Johnson Space Center, where they just give us everything nominal. And there we are. Everything was fine. No hiccups, no drama, nothing to worry about. And so I was really happy with Butch and Sunny, and for Butch and Sunny, and happy with the whole team. As Butch said, thank you to the United Launch Alliance for a great ride up, and welcome them to the club of rocket companies that can send humans into space. Now we just got to get to space station in 24-ish hours.
And the want to discuss, let me know if you're there.
And we've been asking for some questions on social media, so we still want to get to those because there have been a lot. So why don't we pull up one question here right now? This one's from Ramon. What is your favorite part of being an astronaut, Mike? Is it days like this?
Definitely days like this, Ramon. Very much glad to be an astronaut on this day. I think Butch and Sunny might be a little bit happier than me to be an astronaut today, but this is definitely a great day. And if you're not on the rocket yourself, helping your friends is a really great way to be an astronaut.
And so, Mike, talk to us about, this is, again, a crewed flight test. Certification is what's next for Starliner. So what's the process to get us to your flight next year?
Well, first we have to, Butch and Sunny, they've gotten to orbit. That's, kind of step one. Now they got to get to the space station and complete their flight test objectives. Once they land safely in a desert somewhere with the airbags, and we'll analyze. The Boeing team will analyze the flight test data, see if any improvements, any changes, any things that can be improved and made, and then we'll get ready for us at the post-certification mission number 1 that we call Starliner 1. I think Dragon had a similar one. They called themselves Crew 1. Well, we're Starliner 1, and we'll be ready to fly when the spacecraft is.
Right. And so obviously there's still a lot on this road for Starliner, but when you do fly next year on Starliner 1, Mike, I know that there's a bunch of people here who are very excited for you, so much so that they created this shirt.
Oh, no.
I love it.
Mike Fink Fan Club. That's right. Oh, he's hiding, guys. He's hiding behind his computer right now.
I am deeply humbled. Thank you.
No, yes. It just goes to show that so many people are invested in Boeing and NASA and ULA working together on the Starliner program. So we celebrated together with the crewed flight test today and launch. And again, we still have so much more of the mission to go, and we can't wait for your flight for Starliner 1. All righty.
Thank you very much.
Thank you again to everyone who submitted questions throughout the broadcast. You really helped to contribute to the broadcast. And Mike, really great to have you here marking this historic launch with us.
It's great to be on the team, and you guys are both are extreme professionals, as well as our production team and the PAO team that's right up the hill from us. Great job, everyone.
Absolutely. And today's liftoff could not have happened without the many teams across the country supporting this launch, which, of course, is just the first of many critical milestones for this flight test.
Yeah, that's right, Dee. So our coverage tonight, or today, won't end here. First up, we have a post-launch news conference starting at 12:30 p.m. Eastern Time right here on NASA TV, followed by continuous coverage of Butch and Sunny's transit to the International Space Station. Starliner is on course to dock with the station in just over 25 hours from now, and then the ISS crew will welcome them on board. Again, we will take all of that live on NASA TV, NASA Plus, and our social media channels.
And their journey will provide the data needed to bring Boeing closer to having the continuous privilege of carrying astronauts to and from the space station.
Hey, and that's the perfect opportunity, right, to pull up this QR code we have ready for you. If you scan it, it'll take you to go.nasa.gov/CFT, where you will find everything you'd want to know about this crew flight test and also NASA's commercial crew program, which is why we're flying today.
Mike, it's been great to have you with us. Your insight today was important and invaluable.
Thank you very much, and the Boeing company should get a big pat on the back today for a job well done so far.
Yes, again, congratulations to all the team. Thank you, Dee. Thank you, Mike. We really appreciate your time here on the official launch broadcast of NASA's Boeing crew flight tests. And that's going to do it for us here on the Space Coast of Florida. For Boeing, ULA, and NASA, thank you so much for watching our official broadcast of this historic crew flight test. We leave you now with a replay of launch. Have a spectacular day. Here are the astronauts, Commander Butch Wilmore and pilot Sunny Williams, as you can see, suiting up for their mission into the history books.
This is a tradition. The whole idea here is to lose to the chief.
Out of the suit-up room, Commander Butch Wilmore and pilot Sunny Williams walking to an elevator at the end of the hallway. Our CFT crew taking their first steps outside, now en route to launch pad 41.
Crew transport vehicle is entered the pad.
Butch and Sunny arriving on level 12.
Last look at planet Earth for a while, saying hi to us. Hi, Sunny.
Butch getting in there.
Gotten strapped into their seats here.
Hatch closure complete.
Roger.
3, 2, 1, ignition. And liftoff of Starliner and Atlas V, carrying 2 American heroes, drawing a line to the stars for all of us.
Commander Butch, when we're there calling down to mission control here in Houston that the spacecraft has begun rolling into the right attitude for its ascent, and guidance navigation and control officer here in the room seeing good data on that.
Houston, Matt 2.
Go ahead, sir. You're back with Mission Control Houston, coming to you from Johnson Space Center. Team here in Mission Control continuing to watch over the Starliner systems. They have been continuing to watch the sublimator issue that we mentioned just before we went back to Kennedy Space Center there for an update. Those sublimators are used to cool the vehicle down before the vehicle uses its radiators for cooling. It is running out of water a little more quickly than it was expected to, but the radiators will be able to take over the cooling of Starliner just in the next few minutes. So we'll keep an eye on that, but it should not be a problem for today's flight. Another update that we got while we were getting those final words from Kennedy Space Center was that the team here on the ground is getting good data from the VESTA system. That is a key system on board Starliner. It stands for Vision-Based Electro-Optical Sensory Tracking Assembly, which is a long name because it's very important.
So that system actually does many things for Starliner. It's a combination star tracker. It's also the cameras that look at station and tell the Starliner flight control system exactly where it is and which direction it is pointed relative to space station. So the spacecraft autopilot itself will use that information during docking for automated dockings, and the crew can see those cameras while they're doing their manual docking should they need it.
So you'll be hearing a lot about the Vestas over the next 24 hours as Starliner makes its way to the space station. That is a key part of the systems that we'll be checking out along the way and then using for the actual docking.
Yes, and that system is made up of 6 cameras. It's got it's a dual redundant system, so there's 2 copies of each. There's 2 regular spectrum cameras that similar to what the human eye can see. One for a narrow field of view for looking longer distance, one for a wide field of view for shorter distances. There's also an infrared camera that can help Starliner see station while it's in the dark. It also has a laser-based LiDAR rangefinder that can also pick out the structure on station and kind of paint a 3D view of station inside of the flight computer. So that gets tied in with the rest of the data to help Starliner know exactly where it is relative to station.
So
Starliner's finishing up its third of 3 navigation calibration maneuvers. The next things coming up are enabling some of the
good rad flow. I'm not sure if they made a notice, but there was a few warnings pop up. Those were associated with the radiators coming online. We're still watching it, but good rad flow. No action.
Yep, good rad flow. We did see him in no action. We figured that. Thanks.
And those radiators, that was one of the items I was going to say is coming up soon. Starliner turns on the radiator system based on what the current temperature is, based a little bit on solar activity and the heating it got during ascent. So now that system's on, cooling Starliner, we are looking towards getting Starliner pointed in the direction for the next upcoming burn, which is the NC burn or the phasing burn, where that C means catch up. During that phasing maneuver, Starliner is going to stay in a slightly elliptical orbit but at a lower altitude than station. And it's going to use that time to catch up with station, and then we'll later move up to station's altitude for final rendezvous and docking.
View you're seeing here is of the flight control team in Mission Control Houston. In the center of the view there is Mike Lammers, the lead flight director for this mission. Next to him, Rick Hempfling, and on his other side, Joshua Kutrick, the day's Capcom that you've been hearing talk with the crew. You saw Lammers there pointing around the room as he was going through a go, no-go call for moving into orbit ops, the next mode that Starliner will be working in, having finished its ascent and its orbital insertion burn.
Starliner, you have good cooling and your go for orbit ops.
Outstanding. Good cooling, go for orbit ops. And with that, we have another message we'd like you to relay.
Everyone is listening. Go ahead.
Yeah, if y'all could call Kennedy Space Center crew quarters and strongly request that they release Joe Acaba and James Branson from quarantine. I'm sure they would appreciate it.
Yeah, I'm going to give him a call. I'm not sure Joe's going to want to leave, but we'll pass it along.
You may be right. He said a lot of free bacon.
Sounds good.
We heard there that go for orbit ops that was communicated up to the crew that we were talking about just a moment ago. And also, of course, Butch Wilmore calling down that the chief astronaut, Joe Acaba, can be released from quarantine. Butch and Sonny went into quarantine April 22nd, so they had a bit of a longer than expected quarantine as they waited for today's launch, but they are safely in space. So now that those who have been in close contact with them and needed to preserve their own quarantine to make sure that no germs were sent up to the International Space Station can also end their quarantine.
And Houston, are you ready for PCS activation?
We're ready. Here go for PCS activation.
Here we go. And Houston, I've burped the PPM suit open via step 1.14 3 times. It keeps cycling back above up to 152.
Okay, we copy all, and the word is that you can just hold there and move on. It's a good value.
Okay, we'll go with that. All right, we'll call the PCS System Act complete for my steps. Let me know if, check me, make sure I didn't miss it.
We're checking. Starliner, your PCS activation looks good.
Outstanding.
For those just joining us, or for those who've been watching since launch, Starliner is doing the last bit of coast before it gets to the NC burn, or the phasing burn. We've got about a little over 9 minutes till we get to that burn. In the meantime, Starliner is currently in the process of turning back on its OMAC engines, or its orbital maneuvering and control jets. Those are the larger thrusters that will push Starliner for large burns, large trajectory changes on orbit.
And Houston, the hatch locking device is installed.
We copy, hatch locking device installed, thanks.
And Starliner is finishing its pointing maneuver to get into the NC thrust line orientation. That is getting Starliner pointed in the correct orientation to perform the NC burn.
Step 9, com check, air to ground.
Step 9, com check. Houston has you loud and clear.
I read you the same. We're set up via the table.
Roger. Starliner, good config for the NC burn.
Good config for NC. Houston, Starliner, com check on the handheld mic.
Houston has you loud and clear, handheld mic.
Give me another 5 count there, Houston.
This is Houston, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and we have you loud and clear, handheld.
Yeah, we're just checking the volume on the speaker. Thanks.
Copy.
And you just heard some back and forth there between Mission Control and Butch Wilmore. The crew switched off of using their headsets. That way they don't have to stay wired into the console the whole time and wear those headsets. They've switched over to the speaker and handheld mic inside Starliner for any communication they need to do down to the ground. We're now coming up on about 3 minutes till the NC phasing burn. We're coming up on 2 minutes till Starliner's NC burn. Starliner is currently pointed forwards in the direction that it's traveling. It's going to fire its thrusters, increasing the altitude of the other side of its orbit. So right now, Starliner did its orbital insertion burn to raise its altitude. Now it needs to raise the other side of its elliptical orbit. We're expecting that NC burn to be about 25 seconds long. And 30 seconds till the expected NC burn. And NC burn is starting for good OMAC burn. Engine burns.
Good NC burn.
Good NC.
Hey, firm, you're on your way to tail sun, step 12.
We see it.
And that call up from Capcom Joshua Kutrick to the crew. And Butch responding, he sees the same data. Starliner had a successful NC burn. Starliner's orbit is now a slightly elliptical orbit, varying between 324.7 kilometers and 323.6 kilometers. In the meantime, while Starliner waits for its next burn, coming up, the NHPC-1 burn, which is 20 hours and 42 minutes away. Starliner is moving itself into a tail-to-sun mode, so it's going to point its solar rays back at the sun and just use it to kind of top up the batteries while Starliner continues its phasing catch-up maneuver with ISS. with this first section of downtime that the crew's going to have, they're going to be using this time to get out of their suits. Should take a few minutes per crew member, but in the meantime, Starliner is also starting to open up its NDS NASA docking system entry cover. That should stay open for a majority of the flight. That way Starliner will be ready for docking. And flight control is here in Houston. Noting they see the entry cover open, we're getting that telemetry data and showing it on our virtual external display of Starliner.
Starliner, your entry cover is open and complete. You also have a good ADF cal, and we're with you moving over to rendezvous monitor.
Yep, just about to do that ourselves. Here we go. Rendezvous monitor.
And crew acknowledging, they also see NDS cover open. Also noted getting called up is good ADS cal for attitude determination system. Now that Starliner has moved into a different orientation, just confirming that its internal calculation of its position and orientation agrees with what the crew's seeing on the ground.
Good morning. I'm NASA's Sandra Jones, and I am joined by Jim May from Boeing, and we are going to continue to bring you live coverage of the in-flight portion, the phasing portion of Starliner's mission to the International Space Station. If you're just joining us, Wilmore and Williams launched at 9:52 a.m. Central Time this morning today from Space Launch Complex 41 at Cape Canaveral Space Force Station in Florida. The duo did lift off on the Atlas V rocket and are slated to dock to the International Space Station's forward port of the Harmony module just a little less than 24 hours from now, targeting that docking at 11:15 a.m. Central Time tomorrow, June 6th. Following docking, the crew will complete hatch opening operations, targeting that hatch opening around 1 p.m. Central Time tomorrow afternoon, and welcome remarks to follow around 1:20 p.m. Central. At this time, Wilmore and Williams are awake and have a busy few hours ahead of them. First up was the NC burn, which took place just a short time ago and was successful. This burn helps get Starliner in the proper trajectory in preparation for tomorrow's docking. Next up, the crew will begin to prepare for their first PAO, or Public Affairs Office Mustang event. This is the first opportunity for the crew to provide remarks on the mission thus far and their flight into orbit. Following this, the CFT crew will also conduct some far-field piloting checkouts and provide feedback to the teams on the ground on those checkouts. We will discuss these piloting checkouts a bit more here shortly as we approach them. Following this, the crew will complete data collection on VESTA, or the Vision-Based Electro-Optical Sensor Tracking Assembly. This is essentially a vision-based system which helps with tracking and docking, of course, for Starliner. The crew will also complete other tasks and checkouts, do a little cleanup, all before completing a medical conference and getting some rest. So as you can see, quite a busy few hours ahead for the crew. Because this is a test flight, there are multiple checkouts and tests that occur as part of the eventual certification process of Starliner. And coming up here in just a few minutes at 11:30 a.m. Central Time, we will have the opportunity to hear from managers at both NASA and Boeing and United Launch Alliance about today's successful launch of Butch and Sunny. You can tune in and listen into that news conference on the NASA TV channel or the nasa.gov website. We will be splitting our channels, so we'll have a media-only loop that will be provided as audio-only coverage. We are continuing to cover every step of the way along this mission until we do dock, but we will be splitting those channels out in order to broadcast the post-launch news conference.
copy. You're on the ground.
New possibilities are opening up for scientific cooperation between countries.
2, 1, 0. Liftoff. Americans return to space as Discovery clears the tower.
Discovery, go and throttle up.
Discovery rocket, go for deploy.
Thank you, and to everybody in the shuttle program, the crew is go for launch.
Roger. Nice to be in orbit.
We have followed in their footsteps to get us where we are today.
Good afternoon, and welcome to NASA's Kennedy Space Center in Florida. I'm Antonia Jaramillo, and you are watching the post-launch news conference of NASA's and Boeing's crew flight test mission. At 10:52 a.m. Eastern Time today, NASA astronauts Butch Wilmore and Suni Williams launched aboard Boeing's Starliner spacecraft and United Launch Alliance's Atlas V rocket from Cape Canaveral Space Force Station, Launch Complex 41. Butch and Suni are now on their way to the International Space Station, and joining us in the room today to speak more about this mission and next steps are NASA Administrator Bill Nelson, Ken Bowersox, Associate Administrator for NASA Space Operations Mission Directorate, Steve Stitch, Manager for NASA's Commercial Crew Program, Joel Montalbano, Deputy Associate Administrator for NASA Space Operations Mission Directorate, Mark Nappy, Vice President and Program Manager for Commercial Crew Program at Boeing, and Tori Bruno, President and CEO of United Launch Alliance. This group of experts will be taking questions here in the room and also over the phone, but before we jump to the question and answer portion, each of our panelists will say a few opening remarks. We'll begin with Administrator Nelson.
Thanks so much. The first time that a human was launched into orbit on an American rocket was an Atlas V. And the Atlas continued throughout the Mercury program. And now, here, all these years later, we've got a crew going to the station on an Atlas V. It's also interesting that this is the 6th human-rated spacecraft, American. And you think back, there was first Mercury, then Gemini, then Apollo, then the Space Shuttle, then Dragon. Now we have the Boeing Starliner. And next year, we should have our 7th human-rated spacecraft when the crew of Artemis II will launch and circle the moon. So this is another milestone in this extraordinary history of NASA. And I want to give my personal congratulations to the whole team that went through a lot of trial and tribulation, but they had perseverance. And that's what we do at NASA. We don't launch until it's right. And so for Boeing and the ULA teams, the NASA teams, congratulations to all of you. Now, Butch and Suni do what they do best. They're test pilots. And they're going to test this thing from izzard to gizzard. And they're going to certify it for a rotational basis to send crew to the International Space Station. So now with Dragon and Starliner, the U.S. is going to have 2 unique human space transportation systems. And that, of course, we always like to have a backup. That makes it safer for our astronauts. And that's why we started the Commercial Crew Program in the first place, partnering with U.S. companies to deliver safe and reliable spaceflight at the same time of cutting the cost. So it's different from the old days, but we go with our commercial partners now. And when we expand our fleet of spacecraft, what we're doing is expanding our reach to the stars. And that will be true of the Artemis program as well, where you will have 2 landers that will be available to the NASA crews to go down to the surface of the moon. So this is a special moment. It's another one of those great markers in history. And it is a program that what NASA does is hard. Space flight is hard, but it's worth doing. So my congratulations to the team, and do you want me to turn it back to you or turn it over to Sox?
We can go ahead and hand it
Ken
over.
Bauer Sox, our Associate Administrator.
Thank you, sir. Great words. It's great to be here with you today. Thanks to all of you for being here with us. Thanks for hanging in there with us as we've worked a few issues over the past few weeks. I know it's really easy to lose patience as you're waiting for launches to happen. But as I said before, good things are worth waiting for, and I hope you agree with me that today's launch was definitely worth waiting for. It was beautiful. It was great to see the smiles on Butch and Sonny's face as they were getting close in the count and hearing their voices after they were safely on orbit. It was also really impressive to watch the NASA, Boeing, and ULA team as they work through the issues over the last few weeks. It's easy to get impatient. It's easy to get tired. I was so impressed with the professionalism of the whole team and the way they kept their priorities in the proper order and made sure that we were really ready to go today. There's a lot ahead of us. The crew has a lot of test flight objectives. We need to get them to station. We have some work there at station, and then we have the return. And there are a lot of different things that the program will be working through as they go through each of those phases, and they'll talk more about that. But I'm really looking forward to seeing 2 U.S. vehicles at the International Space Station. I know Butch and Sonny will probably get a kick out of that if they get a chance to look out the windows and see a Dragon there, see a Starliner there. It's something that I think all of us should be proud of and that I'm personally looking forward to. We've got a prescribed landing date that goes along with this launch date. I just want to emphasize that nobody should get too excited about that date. We have to have a lot of conditions that are just right before we bring the Starliner home, and we're going to wait till the conditions are right and we've accomplished the test objectives before we do that. So we may see, some additional time elapse before we actually bring them home. But the reason we'll be doing that is to make sure we gather all the data we need to gather and to make sure that it's the right day to bring Butch and Sonny back to Earth. And now I want to turn it over to Steve Stitch, the Commercial Crew Program Manager.
Yeah, thanks, Ken. Appreciate it. It's great to be here today. It's great to see so much interest, and boy, what a heck of a day it was today. So proud of our entire team who've worked so long to get Starliner to this point. Congrats to the ULA team, United Launch Alliance, Tori and his team. You know, the Atlas did a great job today getting Starliner, Butch and Sonny on orbit. It's a very smooth ride. Congrats to Mark and his team for all the great work to get the vehicle ready, operating the vehicle, getting it ready, and thanks to Joel as well in the space station program, for supporting us. And we got some pretty good objectives to do when we get to the station in about 24 hours from launch. Today was just a great countdown. It was nice to get into a countdown again. The weather was very good, probably as good as you could ever ask for in Florida. We got through the countdown. We checked manifold 2, port doghouse, helium leak. That was right where we left it when we had the countdown on June 1st. No change in the leak rate at all. It was about half of what we had experienced back on the May 6th attempt. So that's going to be very manageable on orbit. All the other manifolds are doing really well. The ULA system, the ground system did a phenomenal job. Clicked through the countdown, very smooth countdown all the way through. And then, of course, we got the vehicle launched and a very smooth ascent. The rocket did a great job. We did a couple burns today already. The first burn, called the orbit insertion burn, about 31 minutes after launch, for the orbital maneuvering and control thrusters. That burn went well, and we did a phasing burn about 12:07 Eastern time, and that went great as well. The only thing that we are watching a little bit is, we use a system called a sublimator to provide cooling during the launch phase and during the landing phase. And what that does is it creates a block of ice, essentially, and then that ice, as heat is passed into that ice block, that ice, a little thin layer of it, turns into a vapor, and that rejects heat away. We used a little bit more water than we expected during the ascent. We have a backup system where we can go ahead and refill the sublimator tank. It was good to get this data and for this flight and understand it. The team let that sublimator run a little longer to collect some data. Once we got on orbit, we handed over to the radiator system for cooling. That's in the service module. That system is doing well. And so for the rest of the day, really, it's about checking the spacecraft out. We will check out the NASA docking system and extend that ring and check it out today. We'll check out the rendezvous sensor system that will be used tomorrow for the rendezvous. Really important system. We'll get that checked out. And then we'll check out there's a camera that Butch and Sunny will use to monitor the approach to station. Tomorrow we'll check that system out. And then there's a whole host of other checkouts that we'll do today, some what we call operational checkouts to manually fly Starliner. So Butch and Sunny will maneuver to an attitude for communications. They'll maneuver to an attitude to charge the batteries and practice doing that. They'll check out some of the hand controllers and the rotational hand controller and the translational hand controllers that we have. So it's really a big checkout day, and really the purpose of this is to learn all we can about Starliner. As Ken said, the major objective really is to get into crew rotation flights with this flight. So we're all set up for docking tomorrow. 12:15 Eastern is the docking time. We're looking forward to that. We'll keep watching the vehicle. Today is a big step, but it's one step of many steps in this flight test. We'll take it one day at a time. Thanks for your interest, and I'll turn it over to my good colleague, Joel Montalbano.
Thank you, Steve, and thank you for joining us today. A historic day, an awesome launch. A huge congratulations to the Commercial Crew Program, the International Space Station Program, the Boeing team, United Launch Alliance, our international partners, and everybody who's been involved in this mission. Just a beautiful launch, and we look forward to an outstanding mission. As Steve said, we'll be docking tomorrow just after noon Eastern time, 12:15. We'll start integrated ops with the International Space Station around 9 a.m. Eastern time. This vehicle will dock to the forward port on the International Space Station. And as you heard from Steve and Ken, the real main purpose is to check out the vehicle. So the prime focus of Sunny and Butch when they're on board the International Space Station is to check out the vehicle. As they have time available, we have some space station tasks for them to do. But just an awesome way to start the summer. You know, we continue to be busy. We just had a progress docking this past Saturday. We got a number of spacewalks coming up in the month of June. We have 3 spacewalks, U.S. spacewalks scheduled for the team, and the teams are working forward and looking forward to that and working towards those activities. Right before, I left here, I sent a note to the International Space Station team and I said, hey, turn the porch light on, print out the Wi-Fi password, and set the table for 2 more for dinner. So we got a couple people coming to visit, and that's just an awesome mission. So thank you for your interest in human spaceflight. Our goal is to get 2 crewed vehicles delivering to the International Space Station, and this puts us one step closer. With that, I'll hand it over to Mark.
All right. Thanks, Joel. Well, thanks everybody for being here and really participating in such a great day. I have been getting just a barrage of texts and emails and congratulations, and I can't tell you how good that feels for our Starliner team to see so much support out there. So we really appreciate that. We talked earlier about the tens of thousands of parts that have to work on the spacecraft, on the launch vehicle, and on the ground, and even the weather has to work for us. And today it all lined up, and we had just a really perfect countdown and launch. Really want to thank our team, our Boeing team, NASA, ULA, and all our suppliers. There's suppliers all across the country that didn't get to be here today, but I know they're watching, and I know that they're really proud of their hardware and what we accomplished. And of course, above all, Sonny and Butch, because they really put so much into this to get us to this point and then get to execute this mission. They really are part of our family. You know, a lot of people say I need to smile more, and I'm smiling, believe me. But it's a little bit of controlled emotion because there's a lot of phases of this mission, and we just completed the first one. You know, pre-launch and launch is just the first part of this. We now have to get to ISS, we have to dock, we have to do docking ops, we have to undock, we have to do re-entry, and we have to land. So each one of those phases we're going to really pay very, very close attention to. And our team is really focused on that. So, you know, that as we go through each piece of the mission, there's flight test objectives that we're going to go accomplish. And we've already started that. And Steve talked about a couple that we have in front of us to get to docking. And that's where our team is really going to be focused. This is a test flight. We've talked about this a number of times. And we're going to probably experience a few things that we got to go look into. And we'll do that, and we'll talk to you about them as time goes on. But we're going to learn from this, and we're going to have a great experience. We're on orbit with Butch and Sonny, and it's been a long time coming, and we're really, really proud of the team that got us here. Again, thanks to everyone for participating in this and getting us to this point. Thank you, and I'll turn it over to Tori.
Thank you. Well, as you all know, this is our first time, and the bird made us work for it a little bit. Today we had a very quiet count, a dead nominal flyout, and I'm not allowed to release our orbital insertion accuracy bullseye yet because it's preliminary, but that might be the best one we've ever done. After we separated, Administrator Nelson and Pam Milroy turned to me and said, does this feel any different, Tori? Yesterday I knew that I have come, you know, I'm coming up on 450 personal launches. Pretty sure I'd seen everything. But I have to tell you, there is absolutely nothing like this. And we are very, very proud to join this human spaceflight community. And I also have to acknowledge the very important contribution of Tony, because she showed me this morning that today, for the first time in this sequence, she had worn her lucky astronaut earrings, and then look at the result. So thank you very much. Proud to be with you all.
Thank you all for those opening remarks. We're now going to open up the floor to questions to media here in the room and over the phone. As a reminder for those joining over the phone, you may press *1 to ask a question. Let's start here in the room with Joey Roulette right there.
Thanks, Joey Roulette with Reuters. For Steve, you said you guys aren't tracking anything right now. Was the launch and deployment up until right now completely perfect? Did everything look fine besides the single thing you mentioned, or did anything happen that was off nominal? And for Mark Nappy, this obviously is a crucial moment for Boeing, and the mission's not over yet. But if you can speak a little bit to the broader kind of goals that the Starliner program plays for the company, if everything goes as planned, what does that mean for the company, and how do you guys move forward from that? Thanks.
Yeah, so far we're really not tracking hardly anything. There was one temperature sensor that was showing a little warmer than the other sensor in the cabin, so it's near a light. So the team basically disabled that sensor from providing feedback. That was about the only thing that the team worked. And then again, the sublimator usage, the water usage. Water in space, if anybody followed the space shuttle program years ago, we used something called a flash evaporator system, where we flashed water into space to take heat away from the coolant loops. And that was a problematic system that would freeze up and have funny. So anytime you use a system with water in space and you've got ice and liquid and then the vapor of steam, it's very tricky. So I think we're going to learn a little bit about that system. We have this refill capability we'll use to fill the system back up before we come home and land. But other than that, so far the vehicle's been doing well. And really the purpose of these checkouts is to understand the vehicle better and then we'll look at the data in real time. We'll have a review every day of the spacecraft. We'll have one tomorrow when we get back to Houston. But so far, the vehicle's doing great.
Means a lot to us, and the program means a lot to Boeing. My boss was here today, my boss's boss was here today, and my boss's boss's boss was here today. So obviously it means a ton to us. This is the first step, of the mission. I said we got to go through these phases, and then when we get back, it's about certification. It's finishing up the certification so that we can be certified for the Starliner 1 mission, and it's getting that hardware ready for the Starliner 1 mission, and then getting a spot in the manifest with Joel and Dana and Steve on ISS for that Starliner mission. So that's really our focus for the next year is to get those things behind us.
Thank you. We'll go ahead and take this lady right here in the second row, right up front.
Hi there. Kristen Fisher with CNN. Big congratulations to everyone on a successful launch. Mark, a question for you and one for Joel, I believe. Mark, so much has been made of the competition between SpaceX and Boeing over the last decade or so. I'm curious how you view that competition over the last 10 years. Elon Musk sending his congratulations to the entire team. How would you describe that competition? And then for Joel, if we could just get an update on when that faulty pump on board the ISS will actually be replaced, how long that would take. Thanks.
I think you guys think it's a competition. We don't see it as a competition. We've got two providers that are going up to the International Space Station, and SpaceX is up there, and we're up there now as well. So this is something that NASA has planned, and we've accomplished it. And of course, that next step is certification. I saw the tweet. That's awesome. And I sit on my front porch and I watch every SpaceX mission, and I root for them too. This is something that's great for the entire country.
And on the pump change out, we're going to get to that as soon as we can. My hope is we get to it this week. If not, it'll be early next week.
Thank you. We'll go right here up front.
Thanks, Tony. Congratulations, everyone. This is James from Channel 6. I'd like to start with Mark 2, and maybe if Steve, Ken, and Mr. Administrator would like to chime in. As excited as you are, Mark, good to see you smile. I know that you might have a message in the back of your mind, perhaps, for the harshest critics of Starliner's program. Is there anything, I know you're focused on the mission at hand, but what would you like to say to those who may have even called for the cancellation of the program after all the delays? There are those who thought Butch and Sonny would never fly. Thank you.
Yeah, we talked to our team a lot about just ignoring a lot of the stuff that you read. We focus on the positive, we focus on the accomplishments, and we learn from the setbacks that we've had. It's been this way in human spaceflight my entire career. Steve talked in the last press conference where he's got 37 or 38 years, I think. I started thinking I've got 39. It's not a competition, but Steve, but I got 39 years.
I'll try to
And I think about, over the years, how many bad headlines I've read about the shuttle program, International Space Station. And then I look back at those programs and look at how successful they were. We had an incredible run with the space shuttle, and arguably we put the most incredible, fantastic engineering feat ever with assembling the International Space Station in space. And someday we're going to be looking back at this program the same way.
And I'll add a little bit to that question. I got a lot of texts today too from a lot of people that I work with who were former shuttle employees. I got texts from the SpaceX community. I got texts from a broad range of people, all working in human spaceflight. I think the text to me meant a whole heck of a lot because they know how hard it is, right? I think we sometimes don't talk about the challenges of getting to flight. I look back 4 years ago at Demo 2 and the challenges of getting to that flight. We had to redesign the parachute system on Dragon before that flight in the year before. We redesigned the propulsion system before. Starliner has had, every development program has challenges on getting there. Space Shuttle had challenges. It was behind schedule on launching. every single program, I think, it's just so hard to put all the pieces together. As Mark said, they all have to work as planned. You qualify them, you test them, and then you learn about them and you fly them in space. And so we've stood side by side with Boeing working hard. We need 2 providers. We need 2 space transportation systems. It's hugely important to us. I think the whole community knows that. And it's just a tough endeavor to get to flight. And huge kudos to the entire team for getting there today. The administrator talked about perseverance, hard work, dedication. That's what I see from our team every single day. I wish I could explain it here, but these people are working long hours and figuring out ways to solve problems, whether it's a Boeing employee, a NASA employee, United Launch Alliance employee. So it's just great to be part of the team.
We don't need,
You're hot.
that button, do I?
No, you go ahead.
I was just going to say that, folks like to judge early, and I would exercise caution doing that. You really don't know how great a program is until after it's finished. That's what I've seen with airplane programs and other aerospace programs through the years. It's also important to remember that we want more than one provider. It's really important to us, not just for ISS to have redundancy there, but we're trying to develop a new economy in low Earth orbit. And to do that, we want to have a field with multiple competitors. We'd like to see 3, 4 someday, right? And it starts by developing 2. Sorry to cut you off, boss.
Not at all. Not at all. He's the real deal. Former space commander. The overall answer to your question is space is hard. And you better not mess it up by not going when you've tried out everything and you know that it is as safe as possible when you put a human on board. And sometimes that takes time. And the proof's in the pudding. Look what we've been through in all of the different space programs of NASA from the very get-go. And sometimes they were very painful. And when we didn't get it right, because mistakes were made, we, the entire country, suffered. So my hat's off to the team here. They waited until they got it right. As Joel said, we've still got some to come. Steve said this too, because this is the first time that the spacecraft that doesn't have wheels, like the shuttle did, is going to land on land. And it's going to come down in the Utah desert as the primary site. And so this is a whole new adaptation. So they waited until it was right.
Thank you. Well, we'll take it right here up front.
Yusuke Tomiyama, the Yomiuri Shimbun, Japanese Daily. My question is for Senator Nelson. You mentioned further lunar exploration in your first remarks, so I'd like to ask you, apart from Starliner, China's lunar probe successfully collected samples from far-side moon surface for the first time. So what do you think on this achievement, and do you have any plan to collaborate with China for science research of these samples? Thank you.
Did you specifically ask at first about Chang'e 6 that landed on the far side of the moon? Okay. Well, my congratulations to the Chinese space program. I have said over and over that they have a very good program. They have made lots of progress in the last 10 years. I would like very much, and have said this publicly many times, for them to be more transparent, more open, less secretive. And yes, we need to cooperate on things. The one thing that we did cooperate on was deconfliction in Mars orbit. But there are plenty of other opportunities for deconfliction and cooperation. And I would welcome that. But of course, today and I respect your question. Today is about the Boeing Starliner.
All right, we're going to take some questions over the phone. First up, we have Michael Sheets with CNBC.
Hi, everybody. I believe my question is best answered by either Steve or Mark, but for the 25 hours after launch, we're not going to have onboard live views or even delayed views of the crew like we've seen with Dragon, even going back to using Tedra's before. So curious as to why that is. If there are onboard cameras, is this a matter of cost that we can't bring this feed back down until the International Space Station is reached by Starliner? Appreciate any clarification here.
Yeah, we do have a camera on board, a system called Mustang. It is not active for live feed during flight, but once we do get to station, we'll get feed, and of course when we get back down, we'll be able to get all the video. We are looking at being able to provide live feed in flight, but that won't be for a couple of flights.
All right. Next up, we have Micah Maidenberg with the Wall Street Journal.
Hi, thank you so much. Mark and Steve, is it possible to say how many out of the, I believe it's 87 test flight objectives are already kind of crossed off, given where the mission is just right now? And could you describe just what are one or two of the more higher risk moments from here on out? Thanks so much.
So, yeah, it certainly is possible to cross off all the flight test objectives, but I don't have those numbers in front of me. But I can kind of give you a little bit of a summary of what they look like. There's a little bit of manual flying that would like Butch and Sonny to do with the hand controllers. That'll happen here in the next day. And then there's a lot of, I'll call them ergonomic types of flight test objectives. How do the seats fit? How do the suits work? How do the displays look? And and there's numbers that are associated with all those things that I just rattled off that add up into the 87. And then of course when we get close to docking, we'll do some more. And when we get docked, there's additional ones as simple as how does the cargo come out and how does the cargo go back in? Those are the types of flight test objectives that will be satisfying. Steve?
Yeah, I think Mark said it well. We don't have the exact number today because they're happening as we speak here. Maybe we could talk a little bit about what we've accomplished after we dock. The big things coming up. Obviously, docking is a high interest event when you're bringing two vehicles close to each other, like Starliner as it approaches the forward port of station. That's a huge, big event for us. A very integrated event between the Starliner flight control team and the International Space Station flight control team. And then, once we get docked, we have a big objective to demonstrate what we call safe haven. So that's a demonstration where we have the crew go into Starliner and use only the Starliner assets. If something were to happen on station, we have this capability in both Dragon and very soon Starliner. We'll demonstrate that. And then at the end, obviously, the deorbit and landing are huge events that we'll continue to learn a lot about. I would say one thing, about the spacecraft is this is the first time with a crew on board. So first time that the life support system is operating today. We've tested it on the ground. It worked great, but we're learning a little bit about that as well. Huge important objective for the flight as well.
Thanks. We're going to take one more question over the phone before we come back to the room. We have Andrea Leinfelder with the Houston Chronicle.
Hi, congrats on the launch today. Understanding that these could change, can you give me the dates you expect Starliner will undock from the station, and then the date and location you're targeting for landing? Thank you.
Yeah, we have a number of landing opportunities. The first one would be the earliest would be June 14th. We would undock around 3:17 in the morning. That would be Central Time. With a landing around 8:38 Central Time. That would be at White Sands Space Harbor. What we really want to do is kind of look at the overall mission as it's going, and then Joel has some activities on the space station, and so we may adjust that date a little bit to accomplish some International Space Station activities. There's nothing magic about that date. A few days later, we have another set of opportunities as well. So we'll take a little time once we get docked. Work with Joel and his team. He talks about some spacewalks that that they would like to do as well, and so we'll work out the choreography of all those different events. But right now we're really focused on Starliner and docking tomorrow.
All right, we'll take some questions here in the room. We'll go to Ken Kramer.
Hi, thank you. Congratulations to everybody. It was spectacular to see that after so many years and hard work. So Ken Kramer, Space Up Close, right. So Tori, I want to follow up on a question I asked you at the end of the last briefing. You mentioned that, you don't do the RAN steering, and it's a unique orbit, suborbital actually, that you deliver it to. So I guess, and for safety reasons. So I'm kind of curious, why don't you use a third SRB to get to orbital velocity?
Oh, sure. Great question. So for those of you who are not familiar with it, RAN steering, right ascension ascending node, is a guidance technique that allows one, if you have enough energy and the guidance algorithms to pull it off, to give you a larger launch window when you're going to a target like the International Space Station, which is an intercept target, because there is only one perfect instantaneous moment to go for the least energy. That technique allows you to go early or go late, and then without wasting very much energy, re-intersect onto that ideal path. We don't do that here because it would not benefit safety, and we don't energy for it. We certainly could put a third booster on, third solid, and go orbital, but the whole idea behind this trajectory is that there are no blackout periods all along its path where the G-forces would be too great in an emergency abort separation of the capsule for the astronauts to be uninjured, and at the end of that journey we're just short of orbital velocity, so that if, God forbid, the propulsion system on the wonderful Starliner did not function properly, they would still get a free return safely to the Earth. So it's all about crew safety. It's really not about performance. And that gives us every possible chance to make sure the crew is safe throughout that trajectory. That causes us to fly low and flat for us, which is why we have an extra RL-10, because you need more thrust to do that. Does that make sense?
Well, I still don't understand why the third SRB doesn't change the situation.
We could put a third SRB and we could go orbital, but then at that point, if we didn't have propulsion on the capsule, they could not free return. They'd be stuck in orbit until they naturally decayed, which might take a while.
I think you'd have to look at what does that do to your acceleration profile in first stage. If you had a third solid rocket motor on the side, that's going to get you going a little faster in that first stage. And then we'd have to go look at, as Tori said, what we want to have is if anything happens to the rocket, essentially the starting point for the capsule trajectory is where the rocket is. And so you have to look at the G's and the heating and the heat shield on the way on the other side. So it's all optimized for the two solid rocket motors, for crew safety for aborts, and then you essentially have almost a free return back to even Edwards Air Force Base should we not be able to do any of the burns. There's a small burn you could do to get to Edwards, and then on the second orbit also you could go to Edwards Air Force Base as a safe landing, as a contingency site. So.
Thank you. We'll bring it over here to this gentleman.
Hi, thank you. Sawyer Rosenstein, NSF. I guess for Joel or Mark, kind of continuing off the other question there, what would be some of the test objectives that might influence whether or not you go beyond the week docked to the ISS? Is there anything in particular that would benefit from that extended time, or that would require extended time that you could do if you stay docked?
To me, you got to check out the system and see what the system gives you, right? And so if we see something that wasn't as expected, and we're like, hey, another day would allow some extra time to go look at that system, then we'd stay. I mean, there's not a specific list of, hey, these 10 things are going to require more time. It's more watch the system, see how it operates, and if it requires more time, we have more time.
Thank you. We'll toss it to Lauren Grush.
Lauren Grush with Bloomberg. I think my question is for Steve or for Mark. You mentioned that you weren't really working any issues, but I am curious how this flight is comparing to the experience of the uncrewed test flight that you had and the issues that were experienced during that mission. Do you feel confident that those problems have been resolved based on what you're seeing with this flight?
I can start off, obviously on orbit flight test 2, the uncrewed flight, we saw some OMAC thrusters that failed off during the orbit insertion burn. Today, that first burn, I was really excited to watch it. I think it was like about 72 meters per second. I'm an old trajectory guy, so I kind of like burns, but all 4 OMACs fired in each doghouse. The control was just perfect. Those did really well. I didn't get to see the second maneuver, which was the phasing burn, but that went really well. So we had a couple things, happen early on that we've seemed to gotten past with. I know Mark's talked about, we think the leading cause of those failures was a little contamination in some of the propellant lines in those doghouses that they failed off. It was all in the same doghouse, actually. So far, the OMAC burns, these are pretty good-sized thrusters, 1,500 pounds of thrust. Those have gone really well, and I'll see if Mark has anything to add.
Yeah, we had our cooling system had a little bit of a freeze up on OFT2. We had worked on that by removing some filters so that it would operate a little bit more smoothly. Of course, we didn't have crew on OFT2, so that contributed to the problem. There wasn't as much heat in the crew module. And this time it appears everything's working fine, so I think we have that problem licked.
Thank you. We're going to go back to the phone. We have Mike Wall with space.com.
Thank you all for doing this. And yeah, I'd just like to say congratulations on a successful launch and a successful mission so far. Just a quick question, maybe for Mark or for Steve. Have you heard much from Sunny and Butch about Starliner and like how it's handling and what are their thoughts about the spacecraft so far?
Steve, I haven't heard anything at all. I've been busy preparing for this and a little bit of celebration.
Yeah, I have not either. I know they were going to call down, I talked about some of the things they were going to do, some of the manual maneuvers in the hand controller checkout, rotational hand controller and the translation hand controller, and they were going to call down to the ground, I think probably about right now during this event, and so we haven't really heard too much from them. They've been really focused on clicking through a bunch of objectives, getting the spacecraft set up for orbit, doing the maneuvers we talked about, and doing the checkout. So I don't know, but we'll get some information from them later today.
Next up, we have Issam Ahmed with AFP.
Yeah, thank you so much for doing this. First of all, for Steve, I was wondering if you could reflect a little bit on the fact that, you've been in this your job for so long now, and to see this day finally come, could you reflect a little bit on what that means to you? And for Ken, specifically, I think you mentioned earlier in the call that you might like to expand these commercial providers to 3 or 4. Could you sort of go into further details about what you meant by that? Because I hadn't heard about that before. Oh, and finally for Steve, if I could sneak in one more. Regarding the sublimator, you're pretty confident that you'll have enough water backup for the landing? Thank you so much.
Yeah, I'll take the first question. I just felt really proud today of the team. Having been with the team for 8.5 years now as the deputy program manager, I see the hard work of the team and just felt, a sense of accomplishment from watching the team work so hard, of getting this first step done, of getting Butch and Sunny on orbit, getting a couple burns executed. It was a bit of an emotional time for me because you just see how hard people work and they put their blood, sweat, and tears into it every day of their life. Sometimes their families, suffer as they work nights and weekends on analyses or resolving challenges, and just super proud of the entire team. When I say team, I talk about the NASA team, the Boeing team, United Launch Alliance team, the Space Station Program team, and as Mark mentioned, we get to work with a lot of suppliers as well on the NASA side. These people are committed to human spaceflight. They know how hard it is. They know what it takes, and I was just super proud of the team.
Yeah, when it comes to the additional providers, we work with other providers in addition to Boeing and SpaceX and the Dragon and Starliner teams to help them as they're thinking about someday building crew vehicles or converting their vehicles to crew. But we don't have any procurement in place to do that, nothing where we're going out trying to buy additional services at this point. But I would love to see the low Earth orbit economy grow so much that we need all those vehicles, right? So that was behind my statement is I would like to see that growth in low Earth orbit so that we see this vibrant activity with lots of different launches with lots of different vehicles someday.
I think there was a second question I failed to answer on the sublimator. There is a refill kit, and it's able to refill the tank. Essentially, you carry up some spare water, and there's a connector hose that hooks up to the system, and that should provide all the water we need for the landing. So.
Thank you both. We'll now head back to the room. We have Manuel Masanti over here.
Thank you, Tony. Manuel Masanti, Exploración Espacial. Question for Mark. I understand that Boeing has 2 operative capsules right now, Calypso in orbit and another one preparing for Starliner 1. Do you have the intention of having more of them? Like a third one is being in production, or with 2 is fine for the operational missions? Thank you.
For the flight rate that we have right now, flying once a year, 1 is plenty. But to fly twice a year, which is a request from NASA on our contract, we need 2 capsules, so to turn them every 6 months. So 2 is sufficient for what is in the plan. If, like Ken talked, if there becomes a low Earth orbit market where there's additional International Space Stations, additional flights, then that would drive additional vehicles.
Thank you. We'll now go to this gentleman up front here.
Yes, hi, Bert Dicht from the National Space Society. I'd like to ask a question to Tori. You mentioned this is your first crewed launch of a spacecraft, and obviously you'll be going through your processes and procedures as you prepare for the next one, but any initial impressions about everything in terms of this flight?
Yes. Well, I'll just say that, we had, as you know, 2 scrubs that preceded this. And they were routine issues that, we'll be able to take corrective actions for and be less exposed to that kind of issue going forward. So it gives us a little bit more focus on launching on time as well as mission success. I was proud of my team that they took no shortcuts. And throughout this process, we kept focused on Sonny and Butch because that is a more precious payload than we have ever flown before. So yes, like the Starliner team, like the NASA team, every mission is followed by, a hot wash and lessons learned and improvements going forward.
Thank you, Tori. Next up, we have this lady right here up front.
Gina Sinceri, ABC News. I'm not sure who would know the answer to this. Did Butch and Sonny say anything on the ride up to you or any response?
Sorry, who was the question for?
Did Butch and Sonny say anything? Is that what your question?
Right. Did you get any feedback from them on the experience going up?
I didn't copy anything on the comm loops. I mean, they were professional test pilots on the way up, looking at the various abort boundaries and looking at the systems. And, you could tell they were excited and ready to go. We heard their remarks before they lifted off. And so, no, I don't think they said much. I can imagine their faces when they got in orbit and, in 0G, and just imagine how excited they were congratulating each other to be in space and after participation in this whole development of Starliner. So.
My guess is they never lost their smile.
Yeah.
They did congratulate Tori for becoming part of the Human Spaceflight Club, which I think we need to cut his tie or something.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah.
Thank you. We'll now go back to the phone. We have David Denault with About Space Today.
Good afternoon. And I guess it's not maybe a coincidence that both the administrator and the associate administrator are sitting next to each other. But gentlemen, each of you had a unique experience. STS-61C and STS-73, long delays. how do you put yourself in like Butch and Sonny and all of their delays? What was that like?
Okay, well, first I'll say that the administrator and he actually has the record because he did it first, but they scrubbed 6 times on his launch, and on one of my launches we scrubbed 6 times. So Butch and Sonny, they didn't come anywhere close to that, right? They were in quarantine probably longer than I was because of the distance between their scrubs. But what I found with each one of my scrubs was we were a little more relaxed, a little more prepared, and we got a little more rested, and we were really good at strapping in by the time we got a few under our belt. I don't know. What about you, sir?
Same thing. At least the weather was not a concern for the 3 times on Starliner. The weather certainly played a big part with regard to some of our scrubs. So, yeah, it gets old hat when you strap in, and it's just another day at the ranch.
Thank you. We can now take one more in the room. We'll go to Will Robinson-Smith right there.
Thank you, Will Robinson-Smith with Spaceflight Now. Appreciate the time and congratulations again. Question for either Ken or Steve. Assuming that everything goes well with the rest of this mission, you get back, you get through the data, and you press on to Starliner 1 next spring, has a decision been made on the seat swap agreement with Roscosmos and their cosmonaut and how that flight situation will work in 2025? Thanks.
Well, on the seat swap agreement, I'll talk about that, and Steve can talk about the other part. Our Russian colleagues want to get more data and see how this mission goes, and then we'll talk with them. They've said previously that they want to see 3 crewed flights before they're ready to do a seat swap. So we need to work through that with them, and Joel might have something to add there. He's been working that when he was the ISS program manager.
Yep, we already have 1 seat on the Dragon mission, but the plan is to get to do the crew swap on both vehicles as quickly as we can. And so, as Ken said, we'll be watching this mission, taking lessons learned, and then as quickly as we can, we're going to be putting that in place.
Yeah, and our goal is to, once we get the flight back, get Butch and Sonny back landed safely, evaluate the data, complete the certification that Mark's talked about, and then, we'll get Starliner in the rotation as soon as we can.
Thank you. We have time for one more question here in the room. All right, we'll go to Jeff Faust right there.
Jeff Faust of Space News. Probably for Steve or Mark, just to follow up on an earlier question about video from inside the capsule. How long after Starliner gets to the station will you be able to bring back some of that video? I think there's a lot of interest, maybe even expectation to see what it's like inside Starliner.
I don't know the answer to that.
I'm not sure, Jeff. I know we'll have to downlink the data. It's all recorded on board Starliner, and then I assume we'll get it down within a day or so of docking. But I don't know the details of that, so I apologize.
We'll make sure to get that information for you, Jeff. Thank you all to our panelists, and thank you to all the media. That's all the time we have for today, but we want to thank everyone for taking the time to ask their questions and for our panelists for answering them. Starliner is scheduled to dock to the forward-facing port of the station's Harmony module tomorrow, June 6th at approximately 12:15 p.m. Eastern Time. You can follow along starting at 9:30 a.m. on NASA Plus, the NASA app, and YouTube. And here's a look at the highlights of this historic day. Thank you, and go NASA, go Boeing, and go CFT.
Here are the astronauts, Commander Butch Wilmore and pilot Sonny Williams, as you can see, suiting up for their mission into the history books.
This is a tradition. The whole idea here is to lose to the chief.
Out of the suit-up room, Commander Butch Wilmore and pilot Sonny Williams walking to an elevator at the end of the hallway. Our CFT crew taking their first steps outside, now en route to Launch Pad 41.
Crew transport vehicle is entered pad.
Butch and Sonny arriving on level 12.
Last look at planet Earth for a while, saying hi to us. Hi, Sonny.
Butch getting in there.
Gotten strapped into their seats here.
Hatch closure complete. Roger.
3, 2, 1, ignition.
liftoff of Starliner and Atlas V.